especially the journey from our founding it in 2018 and even registering it this year. So for me, that's a reflect and even giving me motivation to work harder and even look for partners and networks to build what I'm doing.
For a long time, we've been trying to share our idea, pitch our idea, but we were a little bit challenged at some point into establishing the root cause. So takeaway from here is that I've come to know who are our market, who have come to define more our right holders, and I will going back to what we've been doing is that we will be giving them opportunity to share their problems.
Did you know that a problem is not a problem without the 5 why approach? I didn't know too. This 5-day practical knowledge training by ELF has been mind-blowing and offered a web of networking of different organizations in one place.
I want to do actions so that if I say we want to challenge other stereotypes, what are you bringing in? If you're saying poverty is our problem, what are you bringing in to address poverty? So now our advocacy to this training to me is like, what are the stakeholders that I want to see? What are the key people I need to work with? Especially when we want to say we want to eradicate FGM and GBVs. So who are these people we want to talk to? And again, what type of advocacy do I want? So that our work is visible and our work will bring those solutions so that we achieve our goals.
Again, something that I came to learn is the power of storytelling. I like so much about storytelling, and that is something we are going to embrace going back, especially on people or victims of gender-based violence. We will be encouraging them to share their stories, and from that, they will be getting some healing coming of that share of stories.
This will go a long way in helping NEA Foundation achieve its set objectives and helping all these women and youths in Samburu County. Walter Lelusu, co-founder NEA Foundation. NEA Foundation offers financial freedom, a path to financial freedom to women facing exploitation, abuse and violence, as well as ethnic minorities in Samburu County, based in Samburu Central currently, but aims at widening its scope to other counties around Samburu.
I'm Christine Kandia. I'm the Executive Director of Endorois Indigenous Women Empowerment Network. This is a community-based organization found in Baringo County. We are in Marigat sub-county, and we work for the interest of Endorois community. Our special focus lies towards working for the rights of indigenous Endorois women, girls, and persons with disabilities.
My name is Monica Yator. I am the founder and the Executive Director, Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative is a small community-based organization. We are based in Baringo, but we work across Baringo County, that is Tiati, Baringo South, Baringo Central, Baringo North. So our work is mainly to amplify the voice of women and girls. And we are against gender-based violence. We are against gender stereotypes. We are trying to build women resilience to climate change. That means we are doing a lot of women economic empowerment through farming and also through other livelihood diversification mechanism. I've never thought that I will ever told my story, especially the journey from our founding it in 2018 and even registering it this year. So for me, that's a reflect and even giving me motivation to work harder and even look for partners and networks to build what I'm doing.
For a long time, we've been trying to share our idea, pitch our idea, but we were a little bit challenged at some point into establishing the root cause. So takeaway from here is that I've come to know who are our market, who have come to define more our right holders, and I will going back to what we've been doing is that we will be giving them opportunity to share their problems.
Did you know that a problem is not a problem without the 5 why approach? I didn't know too. This 5-day practical knowledge training by ELF has been mind-blowing and offered a web of networking of different organizations in one place.
I want to do actions so that if I say we want to challenge other stereotypes, what are you bringing in? If you're saying poverty is our problem, what are you bringing in to address poverty? So now advocacy to this training to me is like, what are the stakeholders that I want to see? What are the key people I need to work with? Especially when we want to say we want to eradicate FGM and GBVs. So who are these people we want to talk to? And again, what type of advocacy do I want? So that our work is visible and our work will bring those solutions so that we achieve our goals.
Again, something that I came to learn is the power of storytelling. I like so much about storytelling, and that is something we are going to embrace going back, especially on people or victims of gender-based violence. We will be encouraging them to share their stories, and from that, they will be getting some healing coming of that share of stories.
This will go a long way in helping NEA Foundation achieve its set objectives and helping all these women and youths in Samburu County. Walter Lelusu, co-founder NEA Foundation. NEA Foundation offers financial freedom, a path to financial freedom to women facing exploitation, abuse and violence, as well as ethnic minorities in Samburu County, based in Samburu Central currently, but aims at widening its scope to other counties around Samburu.
I'm Christine Kandia. I'm the Executive Director of Endorois Indigenous Women Empowerment Network. This is a community-based organization found in Baringo County. We are in Marigat sub-county, and we work for the interest of Endorois community. Our special focus lies towards working for the rights of indigenous Endorois women, girls, and persons with disabilities.
My name is Monica Yator. I am the founder and the Executive Director, Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative is a small community-based organization. We are based in Baringo, but we work across Baringo County, that is Tiati, Baringo South, Baringo Central, Baringo North. So our work is mainly to amplify the voice of women and girls, and we are against gender-based violence. We are against gender stereotypes. We are trying to build women resilience to climate change. That means we are doing a lot of women economic empowerment through farming and also through other livelihood diversification mechanism. I've never thought that I will never told my story, especially the journey from our founding it in 2018 and even registering it this year. So for me, that's a reflex and even giving me motivation to work harder and even look for partners and networks to build what I'm doing.
For a long time, we've been trying to share our idea, pitch our idea, but we were a little bit challenged at some point into establishing the root cause. So takeaway from here is that I've come to know who are our market, who I've come to define more our right holders, and I will going back to what we've been doing is that we will be giving them opportunity to share their problems.
Did you know that a problem is not a problem without the 5 Why approach? I didn't know too. This 5-day practical knowledge training by ELF has been mind-blowing and offered a web of networking of different organizations in one place.
I want to do actions so that if I say we want to challenge other stereotypes, what are you bringing in? If you're saying poverty is our problem, what are you bringing in to address poverty? So now advocacy to this training to me is like, what are the stakeholders that I want to see? What are the key people I need to work with? Especially when we want to say we want to eradicate FGM and GBVs. So who are these people we want to talk to? And again, what type of advocacy do I want? So that our work is visible and our work will bring those solutions so that we achieve our goals.
Again, something that I came to learn is the power of storytelling. I like so much about storytelling, and that is something we are going to embrace going back, especially on people or victims of gender-based violence. We will be encouraging them to share their stories, and from that, they will be getting some healing coming of that share of stories.
This will go a long way in helping NEA Foundation achieve its set objectives and helping all these women and youths in Samburu County. Walter Lelusu, co-founder NEA Foundation. NEA Foundation offers financial freedom, a path to financial freedom to women facing exploitation, abuse and violence, as well as ethnic minorities in Samburu County, based in Samburu Central currently, but aims at widening its scope to other counties around Samburu.
I'm Christine Kandia. I'm the Executive Director of Ndoroi's Indigenous Women Empowerment Network. This is a community-based organization found in Baringo County. We are in Marigat sub-county, and we work for the interest of Ndoroi's community. Our special focus lies towards working for the rights of indigenous Ndoroi's women, girls, and persons with disabilities.
My name is Monica Yator. I am the founder and the Executive Director, Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative is a small community-based organization. We are based in Baringo, but we work across Baringo County, that is Tiati, Baringo South, Baringo Central, Baringo North. So our work is mainly to amplify the voice of women and girls, and we are against gender-based violence. We are against gender stereotypes. We are trying to build women resilience to climate change. That means we are doing a lot of women economic empowerment through farming and also through other livelihood diversification mechanism. I've never thought that I will ever told my story, especially the journey from our founding it in 2018 and even registering it this year. So for me, that I reflect and even giving me motivation to work harder and even look for partners and networks to build what I'm doing.
For a long time, we've been trying to share our idea, pitch our idea, but we were a little bit challenged at some point into establishing the root cause. So takeaway from here is that I've come to know who are our market, I've come to define more our right holders, and I will, going back to what we've been doing is that we will be giving them opportunity to share their problems.
Did you know that a problem is not a problem without the 5 why approach? I didn't know too. This 5-day practical knowledge training by ELF has been mind-blowing and offered a web of networking of different organizations in one place.
I want to do actions so that if I say we want to challenge gender stereotypes, what are you bringing in? If you're saying poverty is our problem, what are you bringing in to address poverty? So now advocacy to this training to me is like, what are the stakeholders that I want to see? What are the key people I need to work with? Especially when we want to say we want to eradicate FGM and GBV. So who are these people we want to talk to? And again, what type of advocacy do I want? So that our work is visible and our work will bring those solutions so that we achieve our goals.
Again, something that I came to learn is the power of storytelling. I like so much about storytelling, and that is something we are going to impress going back, especially on people or victims of gender-based violence. We will be encouraging them to share their stories, and from that, they will be getting some healing coming of that share of stories.
This will go a long way in helping NEA Foundation achieve its set objectives and helping all these women and youths in Samburu County.
I'm with Reproductive Health Network Kenya. Reproductive Health Network Kenya is an organization that offers reproductive services to young women and girls and adolescent women and the LGBTQI community.
My name is Learning Etich from Falme Productions. Falme Productions is an animation firm dealing in 2D animations based on advocacy, educational animations, and entertainment animations as well.
My name is Dennis Okore from Ideal Research Center. Ideal Research Center is a non-governmental organization working in Western Kenya. Ideal Research Center is focused on seeking evidence-based research as a means to drive sustainable development.
My name is Fatma Mohammed. I work for Northern Nomadic Disabled Persons Organization. We advocate for the rights, inclusion, and participation of persons with disabilities from pastoralist and nomadic communities. We've been struggling with the problem statement. We've been struggling with pitching, but now, since we have learned this, and I have learned this, I'm going to also impact this knowledge on the rest of the staff that did not make it to this bootcamp training.
Now Us was not only about us, but about what we do, about the people we help, about how we help them. It made me realize that in as much as we try to solve problems for people, we actually don't know the problems we are solving for them. They are the only ones who can tell us their problems. And the whole activity has been about figuring out the problems and how we can help those problems lessen, if not eliminate them.
One of the highlights of this week for us has been relooking at the story of our organization and relating that to our value proposition. And as we go back, we are going to relook at the value that we are giving to all our stakeholders and refining our mission statement and our vision, as well as the organizational objectives. This will be very important to position our organization for the next phase of growth, but more importantly, to continue with our narrative of ensuring that we are driving impact.
My key takeaway was creating a clear value proposition so that you can be able now to generate a vision and a mission statement which is clear and pitchable to the donors. Yes, so for us, since we're doing a 5-year plan and we're in the middle of doing it, we'll be able to implement now this program to help us now create a clear vision and mission for where we want to be in the next 5 years.
I will also use what I have learned to help my colleagues also understand how much we have to do and what a long way we have to go. And I'll also use it to implement and present my pitch that is coming up, and hopefully I will stand out because I stood out in the Now Us conference.
First funding, this is when we lost a senior member of the team. This is when this happened. This is where we are right now, because we need to see, where are you right now?
We are living in a world today where if our opinions, our decisions, our choices are not guided by empathy and are not guided by being able to understand the experiences of the other person, while recognizing that we are all unique in our diversity, we really cannot have unity.
I've seen some brilliant approaches where mothers of victims of extrajudicial killings have been trained on advocacy, and they're the ones who are taking petitions to court. And the powerful thing about that is that it's not just someone from Transparency International or Amnesty sitting in a boardroom saying, these are the number of Kenyans who are being killed, outside by cops. This is a mother who has lost a child that is taking this petition and saying, I lost my child and I understand the pain. You understand the power of that? So I would encourage us to think about nothing about us without us within that context.
We believe in a society whereby everyone is empowered to own their voice and actively push for change and influence policies in their own capacities without having another influence. They are their own change agendas. So this is what we want to see at the end of the day.
empowered societies or empowered individuals who are able to be leaders in their communities and influence change.
So it was indeed a fantastic time that we had with them, a lot of honest conversations, inviting them to be vulnerable with us, and inviting that we also create camaraderie among the organizations. At how do they build bonds among all the 10 organizations that are in this room? How do they ensure that they can coordinate and they can partner better? Because when you know someone's story, when you know an organization's story, it's easy to connect with them. And we're hoping that these connections go a long way in creating a network of organizations that are connected and organizations that can go a long way in supporting one another in their growth journey.
It's important to bring together rights holders specifically because they are the ones who are solution holders to the challenges or issues they face in their communities, and they have the right to create their own narrative or curate a narrative they deserve.
Most of these organizations are struggling with fundraising, and so how do they fundraise better? Through the telling of the stories of their organizations. But also, a lot of these organizations are caught on the day-to-day running of the organization. So how do they pause and reflect and take note of the many significant strides that they have made and appreciate the journey that they have had so far?
I joined ELF and started working there, doing social media, setting up a communications desk that did not exist, putting structures together into that communications team. And before long, I was then getting myself into a bit of programs work, and so transitioned from communications to programs, started doing programs, and before long I was asked, hey, we had a programs guy who left the organization, stopped, would you, and I actually went and told my boss, I think we can steer this ship as we figure out our situation. So those are stories that we can tell you about moments in your organization where you think everything is going great, and then we had a mass exodus, yani wani wase walianza tu kuenda. And then you have to figure out how do you organize yourself. But there was opportunities there.
It's been really interesting with this particular group because they represent a diversity of people, but also the work that they're doing in their communities to create impacts, taking what we are learning as it pertains to gender and diversity and leadership, and being able to inculcate that into the different organizations that they run or the communities that they're trying to impact is, for me, something that is potentially very impactful. The difference is learning how to acknowledge your bias and not just covering it, because as if you're covering it and you're still making a decision about another person based on that bias, you haven't really solved it. But if you acknowledge it, that you have that bias, that, hey, I walked into this meeting and the woman I'm meeting is having whiskey, and acknowledging that I'm not comfortable with the fact that she's having whiskey. This is what I'm thinking about her. And then saying, okay, fine, that's a thought that I have. And once you've acknowledged it, putting it aside, and then having this conversation with this woman with, once you've placed aside that bias.
And so I engaged them on a process of storytelling and life mapping, looking at where did the organization start, what was the inspiration behind starting the organizations, and what is the story, how does their personal story connect with the journey of the organization. And then after that was giving them a technique called plotting, using a Cartesian plane that they're able to plot the different steps of that journey and appreciate the journey. This becomes a reflective moment and a moment that they can use to then plan ahead for their future.
And so you can come here and say, this is me being born and this is why it's there. This is where I started my organization. This is when we lost everything at my organization. This is when we got our first funding. This is when we lost a senior member of the team. This is when this happened. This is where we are right now. Because we need to see, where are you right now?
We are living in a world today where if our opinions, our decisions, our choices are not guided by empathy and are not guided by being able to understand the experiences of the other person, while recognizing that we are all unique in our diversities, when we really cannot have unity.
I've seen some brilliant approaches where mothers of victims of extrajudicial killings have been trained on advocacy, and they're the ones who are taking petitions to court. And the powerful thing about that is that it's not just someone from Transparency International or Amnesty sitting in a boardroom saying, these are the number of Kenyans who are being killed, outside by cops. This is a mother who has lost a child that is taking this petition and saying, I lost my child and I understand the pain. You understand the power of that? So I would encourage us to think about nothing about us without us within that context.
We believe in a society whereby everyone is empowered to own their voice and actively push for change and influence policies in their own capacities without having another influence. They are their own change agendas. So this is what we want to see at the end of the day. Empowered societies or empowered individuals who are able to be leaders in their communities and influence change.
So it was indeed a fantastic time that we had with them, a lot of honest conversations, inviting them to be vulnerable with us, and inviting that we also create camaraderie among the organizations, at how do they build bonds among all the 10 organizations that are in this room. How do they ensure that they can coordinate and they can partner better? Because when you know someone's story, when you know an organization's story, it's easy to connect with them. And we're hoping that these connections go a long way in creating a network of organizations that are connected and organizations that can go a long way in supporting one another in their growth journey.
It's important to bring together rights holders specifically because they are the ones who are solution holders to the challenges or issues they face in their communities, and they have the right to create their own narrative or curate a narrative they deserve.
Most of these organizations are struggling with fundraising, and so how do they fundraise better? Through the telling of the stories of their organizations. But also, a lot of these organizations are caught on the day-to-day running of the organization. So how do they pause and reflect and take note of the many significant strides that they have made and appreciate the journey that they have had so far?
I joined ELF and started working there, doing social media, setting up a communications desk that did not exist, putting structures together into that communications team. And before long, I was then getting myself into a bit of programs work, and so transitioned from communications to programs, started doing programs, and before long I was asked, hey, we had a programs guy who left the organization, stopped, would you, and I actually went and told my boss, I think we can steer this ship as we figure out our situation. So those are stories that we can tell you about moments in your organization where you think everything is going great, and then we had a mass exodus, yani wani wase walianza tu kuenda. And then you have to figure out how do you organize yourself. But there was opportunities there.
It's been really interesting with this particular group because they represent a diversity of people, but also the work that they're doing in their communities to create impacts. Taking what we are learning as it pertains to gender and diversity and leadership, and being able to inculcate that into the different organizations that they run or the communities that they're trying to impact is, for me, something that is potentially very impactful. The difference is learning how to acknowledge your bias and not just covering it, because as if you're covering it and you're still making a decision about another person based on that bias, you haven't really solved it. But if you acknowledge it, that you have that bias, that, hey, I walked into this meeting and the woman I'm meeting is having whiskey, and acknowledging that I'm not comfortable with the fact that she's having whiskey. This is what I'm thinking about her. And then saying, okay, fine, that's a thought that I have. And once you've acknowledged it, putting it aside, and then having this conversation with this woman with, once you've placed aside that bias.
And so I engaged them on a process of storytelling and life mapping, looking at where did the organization start, what was the inspiration behind starting the organizations, and what is the story, how does their personal story connect with the journey of the organization. And then after that was allowing them, giving them a technique called plotting, using a Cartesian plane that they're able to plot the different steps of that journey and appreciate the journey. This becomes a reflective moment and a moment that they can use to then plan ahead for their future.
And so you can come here and say, this is me being born and this is why it's there. This is where I started my organization. This is when we lost everything at my organization. This is when we got our first funding. This is when we lost a senior member of the team. This is when this happened. This is where we are right now. Because we need to see, where are you right now?
We are living in a world today where if our opinions, our decisions, our choices are not guided by empathy and are not guided by being able to understand the experiences of the other person, while recognizing that we are all unique in our diversities, but we really cannot have unity.
I've seen some brilliant approaches where mothers of victims of extrajudicial killings have been trained on advocacy, and they're the ones who are taking petitions to court. And the powerful thing about that is that it's not just someone from Transparency International or Amnesty sitting in a boardroom saying, these are the number of Kenyans who are being killed, outside by cops. This is a mother who has lost a child that is taking this petition and saying, I lost my child and I understand the pain. You understand the power of that? So I would encourage us to think about nothing about us without us within that context.
We believe in a society whereby everyone is empowered to own their voice and actively push for change and influence policies in their own capacities without having another influence. They are their own change agendas. So this is what we want to see at the end of the day. Empowered societies or empowered individuals who are able to be leaders in their communities and influence change.
So it was indeed a fantastic time that we had with them, a lot of honest conversations, inviting them to be vulnerable with us, and inviting that we also create camaraderie among the organizations at how do they build bonds among all the 10 organizations that are in this room. How do they ensure that they can coordinate and they can partner better? Because when you know someone's story, when you know an organization's story, it's easy to connect with them. And we're hoping that these connections go a long way in creating a network of organizations that are connected and organizations that can go a long way in supporting one another in their growth journey.
It's important to bring together rights holders specifically because they are the ones who are solution holders to the challenges or issues they face in their communities, and they have the right to create their own narrative or curate a narrative they deserve.
Most of these organizations are struggling with fundraising, and so how do they fundraise better? Through the telling of the stories of their organizations. But also, a lot of these organizations are caught on the day-to-day running of the organization. So how do they pause and reflect and take note of the many significant strides that they have made and appreciate the journey that they have had so far?
I joined ELF and started working there, doing social media, setting up a communications desk that did not exist, putting structures together into that communications team. And before long, I was then getting myself into a bit of programs work, and so transitioned from communications to programs, started doing programs, and before long I was asked, hey, we had a programs guy who left the organization, that would you know, and I actually went and told my boss, I think we can steer this ship as we figure out our situation. So those are stories that we can tell you about moments in your organization where you think everything is going great, and then we had a mass exodus, yani wani wase walianza tu kuenda. And then you have to figure out how do you organize yourself. But there was opportunities there.
It's been really interesting with this particular group because they represent a diversity of people, but also the work that they're doing in their communities to create impacts, taking what we are learning as it pertains to gender and diversity and leadership, and being able to inculcate that into the different organizations that they run or the communities that they're trying to impact is, for me, something that is potentially very impactful. The difference is learning how to acknowledge your bias and not just covering it, because as if you're covering it and you're still making a decision about another person based on that bias, you haven't really solved it. But if you acknowledge it, that you have that bias, that, hey, I walked into this meeting and the woman I'm meeting is having whiskey, you know, and acknowledging that I'm not comfortable with the fact that she's having whiskey. This is what I'm thinking about her. And then saying, okay, fine, that's a thought that I have. And once you've acknowledged it, putting it aside, and then having this conversation with this woman with, you know, once you've placed aside that bias.
And so I engaged them on a process of storytelling and life mapping, looking at where did the organization start, what was the inspiration behind starting the organizations, and what is the story, how does their personal story connect with the journey of the organization. And then after that was allowing them, giving them a technique called plotting, using a Cartesian plane, that they're able to plot the different steps of that journey and appreciate the journey. This becomes a reflective moment and a moment that they can use to then plan ahead for their future.
And so you can come here and say, this is me being born and this is why it's there. This is where I started my organization. This is when we lost everything at my organization. This is when we got our first funding. This is when we lost a senior member of the team. This is when this happened. This is where we are right now. Because we need to see, where are you right now?
We are living in a world today where if our opinions, our decisions, our choices are not guided by empathy and are not guided by being able to understand the experiences of the other person, while recognizing that we are all unique in our diversities, but we really cannot have unity.
I've seen some brilliant approaches where mothers of victims of extrajudicial killings have been trained on advocacy, and they're the ones who are taking petitions to court. And the powerful thing about that is that it's not just someone from Transparency International or Amnesty sitting in a boardroom saying, these are the number of Kenyans who are being killed, you know, outside by cops. This is a mother who has lost a child that is taking this petition and saying, I lost my child and I understand the pain. You understand the power of that? So I would encourage us to think about nothing about us without us within that context.
We believe in a society whereby everyone is empowered to own their voice and actively push for change and influence policies in their own capacities without having another influence. They are their own change agendas. So this is what we want to see at the end of the day. Empowered societies or empowered individuals who are able to be leaders in their communities and influence change.
So it was indeed a fantastic time that we had with them, a lot of honest conversations, inviting them to be vulnerable with us, and inviting that we also create camaraderie among the organizations, at how do they build bonds among all the 10 organizations that are in this room. How do they ensure that they can coordinate and they can partner better? Because when you know someone's story, when you know an organization's story, it's easy to connect with them. And we're hoping that these connections go a long way in creating a network of organizations that are connected and organizations that can go a long way in supporting one another in their growth journey.
important to bring together rights holders specifically because they are the ones who are solution holders to the challenges or issues they face in their communities, and they have the right to create their own narrative or curate a narrative they deserve.
Most of these organizations are struggling with fundraising, and so how do they fundraise better? Through the telling of the stories of their organizations. But also, a lot of these organizations are caught on the day-to-day running of the organization. So how do they pause and reflect and take note of the many significant strides that they have made and appreciate the journey that they have had so far?
I joined ELF and started working there, doing social media, setting up a communications desk that did not exist, putting structures together into that communications team. And before long, I was then getting myself into a bit of programs work, and so transitioned from communications to programs, started doing programs, and before long, I was asked, hey, we had a programs guy who left the organization, would you, and I actually went and told my boss, I think we can steer this ship as we figure out our situation. So those are stories that we can tell you about moments in your organization where you think everything is going great, and then we had a mass exodus, and then you have to figure out how do you organize yourself. But there was opportunities there.
It's been really interesting with this particular group because they represent a diversity of people, but also the work that they're doing in their communities to create impact, taking what we are learning as it pertains to gender and diversity and leadership, and being able to inculcate that into the different organizations that they run or the communities that they're trying to impact is, for me, something that is potentially very impactful. The difference is learning how to acknowledge your bias and not just covering it, because as if you're covering it and you're still making a decision about another person based on that bias, you haven't really solved it.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
All right, this is where we clap and we celebrate as we officially begin the Husika report launch and as well as the Now Us award ceremony. I believe that we are super excited, just as I am, or better still, more excited than I am. My name is Agnes Mutevia and I'll be our captain for the day, taking us through the program and just helping us know what we are supposed to be doing at what point, all right? You can say hi to your neighbor. Officially invite them. You can give them a fist bump, give them a smile. If they are looking amazing, you can also tell them so, because from here everybody is looking great. I was afraid of wearing my kitenge because I thought that I will match with the deco. You know those times that you get out, you get your best outfit and then you find that it is the deco that the organization chose to use, because I know ELF, we are proud Africans, so we like vitenges in our deco, all right? So kama uko na kitenge, I hope you are well led. Were you well led? Okay, all right. But welcome. As I had said a few minutes ago, is that we are gathered here for a twin event. And what that means is that we'll be running 2 events at the same time here with the same audience. So today you get a double dose. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, so maybe if you're here from the Husika report, Husika project side, you'll also get to know what the Now Us program has been doing and the other way around. So you are in good company. There are many organizations represented here. I am told more than actually 10 organizations that were involved in the Now Us project. This is where we clap. So that's how we are going to be doing it, all right? I need us to have some energy and some excitement, because it's a celebration, all right? We have been, those of us who were in the boot camp, I know a lot of work went into that. For the Husika project fellows, it's been 12 months of hard work, so it's worth celebrating, all right? So when I tell us to clap, are we promising that we are going to do just that? I want us to agree as we begin. Are we going to be clapping and celebrating and giving some African ululations where necessary? That's okay? All right, we are live. This event is covered live on Facebook and YouTube. So in case you have some friends who are not able to be here, you can invite them so they can be part of today's celebration, all right? You can feel free also to take your selfies and share them on Twitter, our hashtags for the day. I hope you're noting down. Our hashtags for the day are Nimehusika. 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 Hashtag Nimehusika. And also hashtag inclusivity for all. And the 4 here is the numeric 4. Inclusivity, the number 4, and then all. Those are our hashtags for the day. We want to invite the world into what we are doing here. And one of the good ways of doing that is through our social media. And actually, the Husika project is all about us harnessing the power of our digital platforms just to amplify our voices there as change makers, all right? So we are going to do that practically today by engaging the world in the conversations that we'll be having around here, around the Husika project and also the Now Us project, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to invite to this podium our very able Executive Director of the Emerging Leaders Foundation, who is our host for today, to officially welcome us home, because this is her home, to tell us why we are here, why we need to sit put, and why it's important for all of us to get involved with what we are doing. So will you put your hands together as we welcome Madam Karen Wakoli? And we promise to clap, all right? All right, karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Madam MC. Hi, everyone. Saseni, Mambo. Which counties are represented here? I know we are so diverse from all over the country. Nairobi? Okay. Any other counties? Please just shout your county. Limuru? Oh, Samburu, yes. Kiambu. Sorry? Kwale, wow. Umetoka mbali. Baringo, Kakamega, Migori, Vihiga, Bungoma. Wapi kwingine? Kule. I'm not seeing those guys saying anything. What's up? Oh, Meru. Kwale, yes, Kwale has been mentioned. Wow. So just imagine we are a true representation of Kenya today. Please just appreciate yourselves. Thank you so much for making time to be here. We all know that young people count, young people matter, young people have the numbers, young people have the voice, but it's actually also really important that we begin to highlight some of those voices of young people doing amazing work out there at the grassroots in communities. And we have 2 events happening here in one. One, we are going to launch Husika report, which is all about online advocacy, building digital capacities for young people to engage and to advocate on things that they care about. And the other, again, is on advocacy for inclusion. So we have Husika, and then we have the Now Us Awards. And so feel welcomed. We're going to go through the program. It will be a brief but so much fun an event. So looking forward to engaging more with you, and karibu sana, karibu, karibu. And at this point in time, I wish to invite my colleague, Edward Kipkalia, to come and share with us his brief remarks about Husika. Husika is Swahili for get involved. Kipkalia, karibu. Let's appreciate Kipkalia as he takes the lectern.
Thank you very much, Karen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. In Husika, we say vijana husika, and they say nina husika, nimeweza, na ninawajibika. So for those who are here today, I just want to take this opportunity to just appreciate the team that is from the Husika team that is joining us live from the different counties. We've been running this project in 5 counties. That is Nairobi. We also have Kakamega. We also have Makueni. There's also Nakuru and also Mombasa. And the reason why we started this project is because in 2019, we did realize that there was a lot of lack of meaningful participation of young people, especially when it comes to matters of digital advocacy. And what you could find is just young people organizing online, digitally, without any form of participation. And this led us to start the program called Husika. And according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we do find that the internet penetration in the country is about 23%. And this means there is a great opportunity for us to involve young people using digital media. And this led us now to settle on those 5 major counties because of their urban centers, and their internet penetration is also quite good. And what we've come to realize is that young people are actually using social media for change. In the first phase, we did an analysis of the participation of young people digitally, and what we came to find out is that majority of young people actually need to be empowered to know how to use digital media. In the second phase, we decided to scale it up. We had 10 influencers in the first phase. In the second phase, we added 40 more participants, 10 from each of the 5 counties, and we have a total of 50 participants who form what we call the accelerators movement. So far, the impact that we've had this year, where we have been running the phase 2, we find that young people are actually organizing in terms of making sure that there is a lot of learning geared towards creating social change in their communities. Take, for example, the county of Mombasa. They have been very keen running social accountability mechanism on matters of education, and they have been advocating for social change in Kengeleni ECD, which is a school in Mombasa County. And this alone has led to the county government committing increment in terms of funding to that school in the next financial year. And this is one of those changes. Take, for example, a county like Nairobi County, where through making courtesy call visits to the different offices, the office of the governor, the office of the CC in charge of youth, the office of the speaker, they were able to actually have an engagement platform where they agreed on how to be involved. And the team has been very instrumental in coming up with a youth policy for Nairobi County. If you move over to Kakamega County, you find Kakamega County have been instrumental in trying to have young people know more about their rights, especially when it comes to matters of civic education and elections. And they were able to actually rally more young people to register in Kakamega County as compared to the other counties within the Western region. And this is just but some of the few samples of what we've been able to achieve through the Husika program. A lot will be said concerning digital activism that we'll be presenting today, that will be launched. But right now, I just want to end by telling you where our focus is for the next 5 years for this project. We are looking forward to make sure that we have good governance being able to be used towards effective participation of young people, and especially by use of tech. We want to have an increment in terms of civic participation in 2022 of young people towards the electioneering process. And also, we are looking at having all the counties having youth policies. And this is something that we cannot do alone. It's something that we have to work together with different stakeholders to be able to have this possible. And I'm glad that today our chief guest is the secretary from the State Department of Youth. And this is very essential to us in terms of our commitment and their commitment to this process. Lastly, we'll also want to see young people get involved on matters of budget making process. It's a tedious process, but young people can and will take part in this process. And lastly, just to amplify our work in the counties, I just want to take this opportunity to give 3 minutes to one of our leaders from Kakamega County, Mr. Daniel Adika, to just give us a quick overview of how Husika has been and what they have been able to do as Husika County. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adika Daniel from Kakamega County. I was actually the county president for Kakamega chapter. And briefly, I would say that Husika has been an eye-opener to we, the young people, because we've been able to carry out various projects within our county that has enabled very many young people to actually understand their rights and be able to move from their comfort zone and be able to participate in various activities in matters leadership and governance. We've been able to carry different projects in various colleges and institutions within Kakamega County because we saw the need why we need to take the flow of information not only to our areas around town and urban centers, but directly focus on rural areas. Because we found that so many of our young people within the rural areas miss the opportunity to be able to get a visitation that focuses on them being molded and nurtured towards making the right choices and being the right leaders in their societies and communities. And Emerging Leaders Foundation gave us that opportunity to be able also to partner with other organizations around Kakamega County who saw the need and the work that we young people were actually doing as ELF, and they were able to hold us in carrying certain activities around that were actually remarkable, and it was amazing to do that. I would also in brief say that due to the work that we were able to carry out in Kakamega County as ELF members, we were also able to receive invitations to sit on various forums within Kakamega County to just participate in amplifying the voice of the young people to be involved in matters leadership and governance. For example, I would want to say that in the Kakamega County government, when it comes to the technical team of health, we, the ELF members, were able to be given an opportunity to sit within the technical team to be able to implement the policy on health. This was due to an activity that we did on matters teenage pregnancy. As you all know, the recent report that was actually launched by the government, Kakamega ranked second in matters teenage pregnancy. But we were able to carry out an activity in Lugari constituency. At that time, Lugari constituency was second, the second sub-county in matters teenage pregnancy due to its rise. So with the work that you're able to do due to the support of Emerging Leaders Foundation, the county itself saw the need why it needed us to be involved directly so that we may be able to work together and reach out to many of our young people and other CSOs within Kakamega County and partner to be able to fight the evil that is teenage pregnancy within our communities. Within ELF also, it gave us an opportunity to learn the art of partnership. Because sometimes the resource may not be enough, but learning to bring more other organizations together in championing for a certain cause was our basic foundation for us. Because we were able to carry out our activities easily. Because when you're doing a good thing within a community, so many people tend to watch what you people do on the ground, that the next time you're able to come up and tell them that you want something done, it's easy for them to jump on board and be able to hold your hands and get it done. So for us and many other counties that ELF has actually partnered with, we say thank you. And we're looking forward to many more other activities being carried by ELF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adika. That is just an example of the work that we do under Husika. And because we value gender under Husika, I'm also going to give an opportunity to a young woman. And she is actually the youngest within the Husika team. I want to invite this time Esther, if you are here with us, Esther Oko. Esther comes from Nairobi County.
Hi everyone. My name is Esther Aoko and I am from the Nairobi Husika team. So I would like to share the impact that the Husika program has had on me. At the beginning of the year, I did not value leadership, or I did not see it as a barrier to the work that I was doing or even to my advocacy, because I am a sexual and reproductive health advocate. So through Husika, I realized that it is in leadership that the cake is shared. It is in leadership that decisions are made. And if you want to advocate for change and you do not influence leaders, then your advocacy efforts will bear no fruit. So the Husika program taught me that I need to work with leaders, I need to know their roles, I need to hold them accountable in every situation where I feel that they are not doing the work. Husika program also taught me that leadership is very important, and even a young person like me can actually take up leadership. ELF, the way ELF is designed is to ensure that young people feel leadership is not something that is far away from them. ELF brings leadership closer to us and makes us see that even the leaders that we see outside are not people who are from another planet, are just people who are normal normal like us, and we can also take up these leadership positions. So what ALF has done for me is it has completely changed my view, and now I see leadership as an important thing, and even through my other advocacy efforts, I've been able to involve leaders and ensure that they are well informed about what we are doing, so that it does not become a battle between leaders and the citizens, because we have to work together to create change. So I have really enjoyed the Husika program, and together with the Nairobi team, we have been able to do a lot. We have been able to create awareness on social accountability. We have been able to do public participation forums where we have informed young people, both men and women, on what they can do to ensure that they can hold their leaders accountable, and also the roles of the leaders, because we realize that young people are unable to hold leaders accountable because they do not know the roles of these leaders in the first place. So we have also been able to realize that a major challenge when it comes to elections, when young people are just taken as tokens and are most oftenly given handouts, and they end up voting for someone who will not make change. So what we encouraged young people to do is, for the moment, we need to sacrifice. We need to sacrifice the 1,000 shillings that someone is going to give you, and think about the 5 years that are going to come. Make that sacrifice to ensure that better healthcare is there for your friends, is there for your family, better education, because the handout is going to help you that day, but what about the future? What about the 5 years that are going to come? What roads will you and your friends and your neighbors be using? What kind of healthcare will you be accessing? So that is something that we have been able to do. We have been able to impact the people that we trained and help them realize that it is important to make that sacrifice for one day just to see for the future. And I have also learned from the people that we have been training and joining with, because we have realized that they are actually interested in leadership. They just don't know how they can get to this position. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther. And Esther has been very instrumental with the Nairobi team, for example. She has on very many occasions she actually took lead in organizing some of the key activities. And this is just a representation of the 50 amazing young people that we have within the team. Most of them have really sacrificed a lot to make sure that they are able to achieve different milestones, and making sure that they are dedicated to make sure their team is actually winning. I am positive that in 2022, we are going to have leaders elected from the Husika Fellows. And you can keep this for the record purposes. So at this time, we also have we just want to have a quick overview of the Now Us awards, just for us to be on the same page to know what Now Us awards is also all about. So at this time, I want to invite the amazing Cheboy to come and give us an overview of the project. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Hello. You're good? My name is Cheboy. Thank you all for coming. At one point or another, I'm sure all of us have heard about the phrase, nothing about us without us. Was it in your organization or on Twitter, any social media platform? We have an organization called Voice, and they are all about nothing about us without us. In the communities we live in, we have different rights holders who go through different issues, who have different problems facing them. Voice is all about rights holders organizations that have been built from the grassroots to be able to come up with solutions to existing problems. And you will find old people, young people, teenagers who've been innovative enough to identify issues affecting them and then worked with the community members to come up with the solutions that will better their lives. So Voice came up with this award, Now Us Awards, to be able to celebrate these rights holders organizations and organizations formed by communities and are working to make the lives of people in the community better. I will give you an example. Today we have 10 right holders organization with us, and each organization is working to tackle different challenges in their communities. We've heard about police brutality very many times, and that is one example. During post-election violence, last year when COVID broke, there was lockdowns and curfew imposed to the country. But police used excess force to ensure that people were in their houses in the expected times. And many people were hurt by police brutality. So we have one rights holder organization that advocate against police brutality. And they get to bring awareness and educate community members to know their rights and fight for their rights when it comes to such matters. Today, you will hear pitches from 9 right holders organizations working on amazing solutions to ensure that everyone is involved and included in the processes, in the decisions that affect their lives. And I'm eager to listen to what they have to say. Voice and ELF Africa work to amplify their voices. You know, when you do amazing work, once in a while you deserve a pat on the back. You deserve support from other people. That is what Voice does. And with the support of Emerging Leaders Foundation, they are here to amplify those voices and celebrate the amazing work rights holders organization do at the grassroots levels. So today I implore all of us to help amplify their voices by going on social media and tweeting about everything they do as they pitch. Whatever is tweetable, kindly tweet and let's celebrate them together. Thank you. Over to you, MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can give them a better clap. All right. Could we now say that we are a little bit aware of what's happening here today? Do we know what Husika is about? And what Now Us is about? All right, that is really awesome. So right about now, I hope we are tweeting. Are we tweeting? I have checked, I've not seen any tweets yet. Ndugu wapenzi watazamaji. Why are you doing us like that? Kindly just tweet whatever that you're getting from the speakers, any key highlights. You can share a photo, you can just share a tweet. Remember to use the hashtags for the day, which are Nimehusika, and the second one, hashtag inclusivity for all, and the 4 is the number, all right? And remember to tag us at ELF Africa 1, all right? And then we'll be giving you the other handles of the other organizations that are here in a bit. But right now, I would like us to put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Charles Wafula, who is going to give us an in-depth presentation of the Husika Digital Activism report finding, okay? So Mr. Edward just gave us a snapshot of what the program has been, but now we are going to get the details of the report itself, all right? So will you put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Charles? Keep clapping until he's here. Karibu sana. Keep clapping until he settles in. Thank you. Awesome.
Okay, thank you very much. This podium is not very but I'll look for a way out. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Raymond Ocheng, the chief guest, Karen Wakoli, founder and executive director, ELF, all other guests, invited guests and ladies. It's my pleasure to share with you this morning the findings of research on digital activism in Kenya. First of all, I realized when you were singing the national anthem, all of us were standing at attention. And at some point, it really looked like people were so much sucked into the words of the national anthem. And I quickly remembered my church. When we feel we've really connected with God, we usually lift up our hands to worship. So I just wondered about that, a difference of posture. But I also again remembered somebody asking, why is it that in Pentecostal churches, when people are being slain in the spirit, the cameramen are never, they always stand at alert. And I also realized the camera person was just taking cameras as we were singing the national anthem. Anyway, let me just go directly to my presentation. I don't know if it's projected. Is it? Yeah. All right, great. Yeah, so it's about digital activism in amongst youths in Kenya, and we don't have a lot of time, so we will not cover all the slides. However, there's a report that will be given to all of you, which you can read and benefit from going forward. Outline, that's basically what we'll be looking. I hope the person projecting will move with me, right? Yeah, so outline, we basically were looking at some bit about the research background, country level context, objectives of the research, and further on to the final thoughts, as you can see as it's projected. So this research, of course, was under the auspices of the Governance and Civic Engagement Program by ELF, which runs a couple of projects, and Cheboy and Kalia have talked about some of them here. But the two under which this research was being done was Tunaweza and Husika. And as you can see, Tunaweza is implemented in collaboration with Ford Foundation, and it's currently been implemented in 8 counties, whereas Husika is in 5 counties. That's Kakamega, Mombasa, Makueni, Nairobi, and Nakuru. Just a quick one on digital activism. Digital activism runs on 4 principal pillars. One is internet connectivity. Another one is electricity. The third one is the civic rights framework. And lastly, of course, gadgets. So on the internet, and Kalia had alluded to that, at country level context, and this is from KNBS, data of the Population and Housing Census 2019, internet penetration in Kenya is at 23%. This is access, but access doesn't necessarily mean that everybody who has access to the internet is then using it for digital activism, right? So that's, I think, an important point to note. Some of them go online for, many other things, to scam people and, Then the second thing about electricity is that Kenya is a regional leader, really, in terms of electricity penetration, and it's at a high of 75%, both grid and off-grid, which is really impressive. But then, as we'll see in the slides that follow, that there are also still disparities when you go to, say, rural counties. Civic rights, of course, Kenya also is a regional leader. We have a pretty progressive constitution with a really robust Bill of Rights, which guarantees your rights to expression, to conscience, and so on and so forth. And of course, also gadgets, which is the other 4th pillar when it comes to digital activism, whereby this is also a statistic from KNBS that 44% of Kenyans own mobile phones, but that doesn't mean that it's a smartphone, right? And of course, smartphones are still pretty cheap. Locally, I'm reading one of the reports, I think by Deloitte, the most cheaper, the cheaper smartphones would be as low as 3,000 bob, and that's not something that anyone can afford. So just, I think, to amplify further on the what we were saying about the 4 pillars, is to also note that we in spite of the very robust Bill of Rights that we have in Kenya, we still see pushback from different authorities who are not happy with what you're saying online, that they find, opposite to what they would like to be out there. So I think we've seen attempts to push back on that right. However, it's also notable that a lot of state and non-state actors have come up to protect the right the right and the freedoms guaranteed to you as a citizen with respect to issues about expression and so on and so forth. Electricity access also is just to note that in spite of the large penetration, urban counties have a higher electricity access level compared to the rural ones. And then when it comes to the different platforms, we see that WhatsApp and Facebook are still the most dominant social media platforms in Kenya by subscription and usage, but preference is also driven by, say, one age. Age is a major factor of preference, and we see younger Kenyans who are 30 years and below, preferring, for instance, Instagram over the other platforms, and the older ones going for Facebook. But overall, Facebook and WhatsApp, as we've noted, remain to be much more popular across the board. And finally, to also just note that we have had, national level success in digital activism, and I hope it's projected. You can see that there are hashtags like, say, my dress, my choice, Lipa Kama Tender, my always experience, we are 52%, COVID millionaires. Some of the notable successes that we've seen on digital activism on matters that were of concern to Kenyans. Now, for this particular research, there were 5 objectives that we were being guided by. One of them being, just checking what are the priority issues for the youths who are engaged in digital activism. 2, the platforms that they were using for this work. 3, the levels of success. 4, the challenges that were faced. And finally, recommendations. So I'll skip the parts of the just giving the background information to the findings. We had 52% men, 48% female. Those are the ones that were participating in the survey. In terms of age, and this was an important finding, 48% of them were between 25 to 30 years old. So that's still a very young group. I usually, of course, my view usually is that we need Kenya defines youth as 18 to 35. That's in the constitution. But I usually say that youth should be 18 to 24 according to UN, right? So from 25 onwards, you're a young adult. But anyway, so we generally see that the ones that we were able to engage in were young, 25 to 30 years. There was a slight also category of the ones who are aged 18 to 24 years, and that was 24% of the ones that we engaged. In terms of highest level of education, which is also important in terms of on issues of advocacy, all of them really had post-secondary education, which I think speaks to higher levels of literacy on their part, their ability to understand the issue that they are advocating for, and also to whom they need to direct the issues that they are raising. Okay. When it comes to issues that were priority issues that were of greater concern to them, one of the key ones was education, and the many issues that were listed there, one of them being, of course, issues around campaigns to expand early childhood education, and that one is now within the purview of the county government. Issues around provision of school feeding programs to children, equity in bursary distribution and disbursement. The second issue was also formulation of policies. I think Kali also talked about the need to just formulate youth targeted policies across all the counties, and that was a main issue. Of course, apart from that, there was also issues around formulation of policies that speak to sexual and gender-based violence. removal and reduction of licenses, the fees that are charged to youths who are engaged in businesses. So that was also a very major concern around the issue of how policies are formulated and implemented at the county level. The third broad area was health, and this seemed to attract a lot of issues under it. One of them, of course, was around provision of sanitary towels for girls and underwears for boys, learning sessions on how to manage COVID, because this, again, research was done between March and June this year. So that's why, of course, COVID was an issue of concern around that time. And then issues also around social audit of the performance of level 4 hospitals in the counties, and also installation of other public utilities, especially around COVID issues on washing points and so on and so forth. The other broad area of advocacy for the youth that we spoke to was on the 2022 elections. And here, of course, there were issues around voter and civic education, bridging the gap between right holders and duty bearers, and also reduction of fees for youths within political parties. Then the other broad area was on livelihoods, and this one was addressing issues like provision of seed funds for youths who want to engage in entrepreneurship, sensitization on ways on AGPO, and it just means that in spite of the fact that the government has done quite some bit of work around provision of these funds, there's still need for further sensitization of amongst youths on these issues for them to know how to, benefit from them. Speedy payment of Kazi Mtaani, I think that was one of the safety net programs that the government had rolled out around the COVID time, and to try and just to pump more money into the pockets of youths and so on and so forth. Then the last broad area was on public participation, and here some of the things that were highlighted included, meaningful inclusion of youths in county decisions, provision of information on different projects that have been implemented, engagement in budget making processes within the counties, and so on and so forth. When it comes to the question of campaign initiation, one of the questions we asked was, who initiated this digital campaign, on the issues that were of concern to you? And one of the things we realized was that across the time, a lot of them were the ELF cohorts within the counties that were initiating, because we were also asking them, is it you who initiated individually, or did you initiate as a cohort, or was there another person who initiated and then you just jumped on the survey? And a lot of them, by and large, were noting that they were initiating as a cohort, which I think speaks to the cohesion within the cohort, the county level cohorts across the country. And then on campaign initiation, also we saw that when it comes to the platforms that were being used, we saw that a lot of that, of course, was again happening on Twitter, Facebook, and WhatsApp, which were platforms that these youths then were engaging on in the work that they were doing. But Instagram was being used at a much lesser rate compared to the other platforms. When it comes also to coordination, we wanted to establish, did you coordinate it offline before you went online, or did you just start online and let it grow organically? And the finding there was that largely the coordination was offline and then it moved online. And this, I think, will speak to part of the recommendations that we'll make further down this presentation. Now, then on the issue of engagement of bloggers, we also wanted to know, were they pushing these issues online on their own selves, or were they engaging bloggers to help them amplify the messages that they were sharing? And here was a near split decision. About 50% said, okay, we did it on our own selves. Others said we were engaging bloggers. So I think it's something that still needs to needs further research to just understand what's happening there, why some engage bloggers, why others do not engage bloggers, and are able to just amplify the issues on their own selves. Those that engage bloggers also told us that they had to pay the bloggers that they were engaging, and this finding was interesting because it shows that some of the bloggers who are, again, youths, consider the work of blogging as a solid source of income, and therefore they do not come cheap. They were charging anything between 500 to 1,000 bob per day when they were engaging in whatsoever digital activism work that they were requested to do. And then we also inquired on the rate of success. So this was just to ask them, so fine, you engage in all manner of issues and you engage bloggers and you amplify these key concerns to whatsoever authorities. What were the levels of success in the work that you did? And we looked at this on 4 issues. One was the reach of the campaign. 2 was if the advocacy issue was policy focused. 3 was whether there was an effect on the policy you're trying to advocate. Did you see some benefit to the work that you're doing? And then finally was whether the advocacy issue that you are engaged in stirred or triggered conversations beyond the group and the cohort that you were involved in. And largely, again, the report was that this digital campaign work was largely successful, especially on the issue of reach. And I think that speaks to, of course, the potent power of digital platforms, that it has capacity to highlight and elevate conversations beyond the local area of occurrence. So a final finding here on the digital platforms is that, in spite of the fact that Facebook and WhatsApp were platforms which were used much more, from the perspective of the youths, the one that had the largest impact was Twitter. And I think it points to a very interesting finding, that use is not necessarily a consequence of impact, that Twitter, in spite of low usage and uptake across Kenya, it still has greater impact, maybe largely because of the ability to reach the people or the authorities that you're speaking to on the issues of concern. Challenges, just to highlight, the issues around knowledge, technical capacities, say, for instance, ability to do analytics of how well your work or your advocacy had penetrated, financial handicap, issues around affordability of internet, and gadgets and so on and so forth, issues around agenda setting, whereby political issues seem to dominate other issues that are equally important. Time constraints, of course, some of them are also employed in other areas, and so taking time to engage in social media activism requires its own time, and that one can be a constraint. And when it comes to recommendations, one of the important ones is that there's need for consistent and adequate financial assistance to these cohorts, to support all the work that they are doing around whether it's purchase of bundles, boosting and promoting posts online and so on and so forth. Secondly, also, there's still need for, further training on social media activism. I mean, it's not assumed that because somebody has a phone, then they can, push messages in the right way. There's also, of course, need to, give trainings around skills on digital safety and security. For instance, use of our virtual private networks and so on and so forth. That's still a very important area of capacity building. There's also the area of broadly understanding governance issues, so that if you're advocating for an issue, you would, for instance, know that this one is under the purview of a county government or this one is national government. I think it's still important to do that, so that we are not conflating issues. Training on teamwork to just strengthen how the courts are running. That's also a very important area of action going forward. And then, of course, I think finally is to consider commissioning surveys to understand the levels of internet penetration at the county level. We only have statistics at national level of internet penetration, digital activism. I think it would be helpful to also understand what is happening at the county levels, and that then helps in terms of targeting support or capacity building for for the teams that are involved. So here are some final thoughts on digital activism. One, that social media is an enabler app. It's just like the app on your phone for calling Uber. It's an enabler app, which means that ultimately real action must move beyond social media into our physical world. Two, that there's need to really move beyond mobilizing to organizing. And by mobilizing, the loose definition here is that we rabble-rouse around an issue and say we have an issue on this area. But then how do we move forward? Because government then does not work on the basis of noise. It works on the basis of voice, which means if they want you to then present a petition, you'll have to sit down and do it. So that ability to move from mobilization to organizing, I think is a critical element in digital activism. Three also is that sustainability really depends on you building a movement. And by movement here, we're also talking about the issue of intersectionality, by identifying other groups which also has groups that have issues of equal or related concern and working together. That's how we then ensure that digital activism is much more effective. The other point is to, I think, just note that every technological innovation usually creates 3 new categories of poverty. There's a category that doesn't even know that innovation exists. You'd be surprised that people who do not even know that there's something called TikTok, for instance, that exists, The second category is for people who know, but they cannot afford to utilize that innovation. And the third category, of course, is those who know, they maybe can even afford, but they're not even interested. I'm sure people who, if you went to their phones, they haven't downloaded the kind of apps maybe that your phone has. So I think it's just to understand that an innovation is not an end in itself, that you need to still actualize how to utilize this innovation in the work that we do. Our constitution is pretty robust, and it has given a lot of power to the citizens. But I think one of the things you'll still see online is that citizens again have moved their, the low level of accountability offline to online. So you'll see a lot of people engaging online, but just in support of, and not able to say call to account the people who are duty bearers, which I think is tragic because of the way social media democratizes the opportunity to engage and amplify issues of concern. The other issue is to always ensure that what you're advocating for is the truth. And it's just, I think, a fundamental reality about life that no activism can be successful if it's built on a lie. So the question is, are the issues that you are advocating for based on truth, or is it just propaganda or something of that sort? So it's just to try and move and to ensure that what you're advocating for is built on truth. And here is also to, of course, understand that the medium is not the message, okay? So that the platforms are platforms, but they're not the message. There's need to still learn how to craft our messages in a way that ensures they have greater impact. Finally, it's also to remember that we still operate in a broadly cultural context that is broadly oral. So how do you ensure that people, because African culture is largely oral, how do you ensure that the issues we are raising, which is through a written form, still speak to people whose default way of communication is still oral, okay? And final thought there, that sometimes history needs a push. I think that's to just appreciate that, when we sit here and think of, say, World War II, we think things just happened, but there were actually people who are at the forefront of ensuring they happen in the way that they did. And so for us to look back 20, 30 years later, we need to then be able to take the action that is required today and shape the direction of our counties and shape the direction of our nation towards good governance in the issues that are of concern for us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
We can do better than that. Let's appreciate Mr. Charles. Wow. Wasn't that so enlightening? Have we learned a few things? Yeah, okay, now in a few minutes I just want to engage us and get to know what we have gotten from that session. I see Kiongozi Sakwa is ready to help me. And I loved how he has ended it, that At times, history needs a push. And the first question for us this morning, as the people who are gathered in this room, being part of this historic moment as we celebrate the journey that has been in the Husika project. Maybe by our hands, how many of us here are in any social media platform? Any? Let's see. Okay. Okay, fair enough. How many here have engaged a social media platform in activism? You've either been part of a campaign, either initiated one, or hoped onto one. Let's see. Are you ashamed? Lift that hand. Okay, awesome. Kiongozi Sakwa, help me give that microphone to someone on this table. A volunteer, perhaps. Could you tell us maybe what initiative you were part of, and what were some of the tangible results that you saw from that digital activism? You can stand, tell us your name, and then let us know what initiative you were part of and how it went.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Robert Wainaina, and I think what I took part of is the campaign on Stop Police Brutality. And basically, the reason as to why I hopped into that, it came when the two brothers, the Kiajokoma brothers, were killed. And it felt like we young people, it's like the police are against us or we are against them. And we needed to educate people on how to engage, especially when it comes to engaging the policemen and knowing your rights. And again, asking the policemen to act in the right manner and the way they have been trained to do. Okay. So we pushed that, and we saw the government also pushing for investigations to be done. So we saw that it was at least effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Police brutality, and you saw one of the things that happened was the government heard your voices and acted. That is really awesome. All right, let's move very quickly to the next table. Tell us your name, what initiative you are part of, and the results.
My name is Kashi Jamin from Kwale County.
Yes.
I've been involved in several social media advocacy, including one on police brutality that was dubbed Wako Wapi. Okay. And the most tangible one is an initiative that was dubbed Tunye Wapi. This was a social media initiative that was informed by lack of public toilets in Kwale County. And we pushed through social media, and the World Bank came down and constructed the public toilets for us. So that was amazing. A good result. Thank you.
We have learnt a new word today, Tunye. We will not interpret it. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
My name is Lorraine Sakini. I'm with Reproductive Health Network Kenya. I have participated in various strands of activism, and the latest being 16 days of activism. It's about ending gender-based violence.
Okay.
So what we did, we count down from 16 down to 0, with 0 being no tolerance for any form of violence against women. So from day 16 up to day 1, we had themes of which I feel any organization can customize it depending on the county's need, because violence can be in different form. So we can't really minimize it to what we define as violence, but what other people also suffer in their own societies can be included in the 16 days. We finished it yesterday. It was yesterday. Yeah, and it was very successful. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Just to add on what she said, I'm also Rita Anindo from Reproductive Health Network Kenya.
Okay.
And we've engaged in a conversation on hashtag End Femicide KE. There's this time that women were being killed. Almost every week a woman is killed.
Yes.
And you know, we had negative publicity about this, also memes about making fun of the situation, and even how the media reports about these issues. So for us, it was about creating awareness on these issues, and it brought about a lot of dialogues, because violence against women is a power issue. So you would see people commenting and giving negative comments, but they were learning how to look at this in a different way, and it was successful.
Okay. Let me just ask you a question. What do you mean by it was successful? What is success to you with regards to that form of activism?
Because this is a power issue, just people engaging in the conversation and seeing people transform. That for us meant a success.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's clap for her as we take the last one on this table. A gentleman.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Dennis Okore from Ideal Research Center. We've also used social media, but not from an activism point of view, but to rally people to a cause. At the peak of the pandemic, we worked with partners from the county government, Rotary Club, and also the Africa Cancer Foundation to rally people to contribute in a campaign we were calling Food for Good, to support women who are suffering from cancer. And due to the negative impact of the pandemic, they were not able to access food, which increased their vulnerability. And through that, we were able to mobilize food, supplements, and also to enable them, because they're on medication, so they're able to have enough food that really help them to maintain their health in that difficult position. So it's also in a way that really helped us to do that through social media. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. And I think he mentioned something that Mr. Charles talked about, that the activism begins online, but again, it translates into physical action on the ground, all right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we will not be able to take any more takes. But let me just read a few of our comments online, because we are tweeting, right? And the hashtag for the day is hashtag Nimehusika and hashtag inclusivity for all. So just a few comments from a few people. I have one, Brian Wamukota. I hope I got that right. We are changing the norms. Youth voices matter. Nothing for us without us. We can give him a clap. Yes, one, Andika M. Daniel says, the young people must rise up and seize the opportunity to be the shapers and the influencers of hope in our leadership and governance at the Jacaranda Hotel. So you can clap for him also. We have one, KG Joffrey says, as we launch the Husika report, I've got to learn through this program that leadership is the ultimate responsibility. It's an assumption of accountability. It's about living in depth, rallying others to invent and pursue seemingly impossible dreams. Can give him a clap as well. One last one. J.A. Sakwa says, hashtag Husika project seeks to promote the use of digital and social media platforms to enhance effective youth participation and engagement in governance and policy matters. I think that's a good way to wrap it up. All right? Are we good? Yes, so right about now we have a lovely band. I think we can clap for them and celebrate them. They look lovely. They have a very interesting name, which is Rouge. Did I get it right? I've been practicing this all morning, guys. Yes, karibuni sana as you give us a song.
Thank you so much, Karen. ELF. It's a pleasure to be with you again.
First, let me say to you, I cannot wait to see you. You are the treasure I've been looking for. Do you know how much I really need you? I pray for the day when I can finally kiss you. You know, say every day I pray for you. Oh, in my heart there's a permanent place for you. That's on my heart in the thing for do care. Cause I know you are that choose no, I'm a baby, I am fair. I sing for you and I get no do care. Baby, now you are not gonna, I am fair, me, I am fair. Oh, take me, oh. See, I might not give the world to you, but I'll give you what I have, oh. Oh, baby, oh, you are my angel, confess me, oh. Share me and say every day I pray for you. In my heart, there's a power and place for you. That's on my heart in the big now. Do care. Cause I know you wanna choose, no, I am Femi. I sing for you and I get no. Oh, baby, now you are gonna, I am Femi. That's all my heart in the beat now. Do, cause I know you are choose, so I am Femi. I sing for you and I gonna do, baby, now you are the big, I am Femi. Thank you.
All right. I'm not sure what Duduke means, but it felt like it's something nice and sweet and cozy. I believe we are feeling better right now. Are we? We are? Okay, so right about now, we're going to get a few remarks from some of the important key players in the two projects that we are having today. And the very first one is a lady who is not very new to us, but just in case you might not know who she is, allow me to officially introduce Madam Karen, okay? All right. I'll begin by reading a tweet by one of us that's online. And this is what Andika M. Daniel says. This beautiful, amazing, brilliant lady, Miss Karen Wakoli, is taking the first step towards doing something to initiate change in our young people to be better leaders. We celebrate you, Miss Karen Wakoli. All right. Yes. Miss Karen is a certified life and leadership coach, transformational leadership trainer, and a champion for integrity and good governance. She is the founder of, she's the founder and is the executive director of Emerging Leaders Foundation. As a social entrepreneur, Karen delights in mentoring young women and men to achieve their life goals. Karen has been involved in various policy formulation and implementation processes both in Kenya and internationally. She was in 2018 recognized by the former US President Barack Obama, if you remember, as one of the young African leaders the president is proud of. That is where you clap. And also, just last week, Karen received the Uongozi Bora Awards from the Kenya Christian Professional Fellowship for continuously upholding ethical values and inculcating the same at the Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa. Yes, and now, ladies and gentlemen, will you clap better as we celebrate the one and only Miss Karen Wakoli?
Thank you so much, our beautiful MC. And by the way, you know, you didn't introduce yourself properly. You're an alumni of ELF program, and you were really outstanding. She was the class president for her year last year. Please let's appreciate her. Now, I just have a few questions for all of us. Have you ever had a moment when you wanted to speak and say something and you couldn't? And is it that you were afraid, or there was no room for you to speak? Have you ever had a conviction for something and you wanted to go all out and do something about it, but you had no platform? Have you ever felt powerless, hopeless? So just take a moment and picture that. But as you do that, have you ever been voiceless? Have you ever encountered communities and individuals who are voiceless? And you imagine that they have a voice, but they are voiceless. Maybe people don't listen to them, or they just don't know how, and there are no platforms for them. I wonder what you did, whether you nudged somebody to speak up, or you created a platform for them to speak, or I don't know what you did, but I'm sure we did something. A couple of years ago, I took part in a research in one of the informal settlements in Nairobi to just see better ways of engaging young women and men within the county and across the country. And I saw something and experienced something that I have never forgotten. This was about 7 or so years ago. We went into this room to meet these young people, different CBOs coming together. And it was surprising to see that a call was made to any and every young person to come to the meeting. But the women in the room were very few, like less than 5%. And so the men kept speaking, and you asked the question, is it that there are no young women in this space? And they said, no, our groups have many more women than the men. But right now, the women are working. So we said, yeah, please explain a little more. And they did mention prostitution in that space was almost like the only source of livelihood for the young women. And there was a house where they were going to do the work. And we went there to have conversations. It was difficult. I remember this girl, just about 18, but she started doing work before she turned 18. And it's her mother who pushed her to say, we have no money, we have no food. Go work and bring home some money. And she was a single mom. She had a daughter. And she said, you know, I dropped out of school. Sina kazi, sina makaratasi. Sijui neza fanya kazi gani nyingine. And this is the work I do. And we charge 20 Kenya shillings. And so at the end of the day, roughly they have like 100 bob or 80 bob. And then she said, wow, why did I start telling the story? She said, sometimes at the end of the day, I wonder, do I buy food? Do I go to a hospital because I'm unwell? Do I buy food for my child or take my child to hospital? 80 bob, 100 bob. And as the young men also went on talking, I remember one of them saying, calling on other young men, wase, mwana vile tumeangushwa, tumedai, wengi wetu wamedai, like we don't have our friends here. Because we have normalized the life of crime. That is our only source of livelihood. And many have died. So do we also want to die? Or can we find any other source of livelihood for ourselves? And they gave examples of some of them who went into crime, robbing banks, and they were killed, and some shootouts in the informal settlements. That was a difficult space to engage in. And so you encounter such scenarios where these young women and men have the energy, have the passion, they have dreams of becoming somebody, of speaking up, of fending for their families, taking care of their daughters and sons in a dignified and meaningful way, but they have no way. They have no way out. They dropped out of school, and as you know, our system doesn't take care much for such individuals, and I think this to the different stakeholders. Is it possible to have interventions that take care of all young people at all levels, those with education, those without education, those who didn't even complete fourth form, those without papers, that each and every young person can live knowing, if I work hard, if I have a dream, I can pursue my dreams and become the best and earn a livelihood and be proud in who I am. To know that I am working, I have hope, and that the future is bright. There have been many scenarios and many issues raised about the place of young people. Unemployment is quite high. With COVID, many young people lost their jobs and sources of livelihood. Elections are coming up this year. I would really love to see a situation where we have many more young people participating as candidates, as election observers, as voters, and please get your voter's card and get to participate and make your voice heard, because we have the power. We have the power to make our voices heard and to make informed decisions. But most importantly, through this online advocacy, through these platforms, amplifying voices of young people, is it possible that you can go out there and create a platform to empower a young person where you are? And yes, you can. And I know that is what many of us are doing, and we'll be celebrating a number of you later on today. I do believe that it's actually possible to make a difference and support young people to be the best that they can be. And I just want to take this chance to appreciate each and every one of you in the room today, because you're doing something. You're speaking for the voiceless. You're speaking for those young people who cannot. You're doing something. So please just appreciate yourself. Please. As I come to the end of my remarks, I've come across a very interesting poem. And it's a poem about "One Can Make a Difference" by someone called Clarence Thomas. And this is also just in line with the fact that we need to create many more tables to allow young people to make decisions, especially about their futures, and shape their destinies. We need to create many of those spaces, that we make sure that there's no conversation happening about young people without young people in the room. Like, that is critical, and that needs to be standard. And I'm grateful that the ministry in charge of young people is already doing something around that, and our chief guest will be sharing that with us later on in the course of today. Now, this is the poem, "One Can Make a Difference" by Clarence Thomas. And it says, "One seed can start a garden. One moment can change a life. One conversation can start a friendship. One word can say so much. One smile can brighten a day. One small act of love can mean everything to someone. One person can make a difference. And to me, that person is you." So never ever look at yourself as being small or not having power to do something, because that one little action that you take, either a word you speak, a decision you take, an encouragement you give someone, a mentorship you decide to do or engage in to support a young person somewhere or a child somewhere, a decision you make to turn from wrongdoing and to turn a new leaf, that little action you choose to take, it makes a difference. Never look at yourself as small, and never ever allow anyone to judge you that you're young and so that means you can't do it. Making a difference has nothing on age, gender, or any such things. If you want to make a difference, you can do it. Never look at yourself as being small. We're never too small to live a meaningful life. Please always remember that. You can make a difference, and you are making a difference. And so go out there. But most importantly, speak for the voiceless. There are many among us in our country, in Africa, who are voiceless. Please, speak for them. Speak for them. If there's just one thing I'd love for you to take from here, please speak for the voiceless. And I just wish to appreciate the ELF team that is here. If you can stand to your feet, please. A number of us are watching online. Please feel appreciated. But here, physically, we have a number of team members. Please just come to the front if you can. So the average age of our team is about 26. And if you ever doubted that young people have power to make a difference, look at the ELF team. A number of them are not here, but this is a representation of the ELF team. This is Cheboi, Kipkalia, Sakwa, Kim, and then Marvin. And you can only see one woman among the ones who are standing, but there are many. Who is Lillian? Oh, okay. So there's Lillian, there's Yvonne watching online. Yvonne, feel appreciated. There's Miriam watching online. Miriam, feel appreciated. There's Daisy. Yeah, Wanjiku. Yes. So let's just appreciate the ELF team. I don't do this work alone. We work together as a team. We learn from each other. We support each other. And together, we are working to make sure that we create a society that is dignified and with values-based leaders, creating a safe space where young people can engage, feel heard, feel seen, feel important, and feel dignified. Let's appreciate the team once again. And thank you. Thank you so much. Over to the MC. Madam MC, are you there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A better round of applause for Ms. Wakoli. Amazing. A better round of applause for the ELF team. They do such a great job. They do such a great job, and we appreciate them. All right. We're now going to receive more remarks from one of the partnering organizations that have made today and even what we have been doing with the Now Us project possible. And allow me to introduce to us Madam Christine Kandier. All right. Madam Christine is the founder and director of Endorois Indigenous Women Empowerment Network. That is EIWEN. She is also a previous grantee of Voice. EIWEN was established in the year 2019 and advocates for land rights for Endorois women. Christine, all right, you can clap as I continue introducing her. Yes, Christine is an accountant, a peace ambassador, and an Indigenous woman living with disability. You can appreciate her. She is also a leader in the Endorois Indigenous Community of Kenya. Christine is the founder and director of Endorois Indigenous Women Empowerment Network, just as I had mentioned. She is a mother. She is a peace ambassador, and over time, she has grown to be a strong human rights defender, advocating for the rights of the Endorois community. She is also a former Indigenous Fellow of the year 2017, and most recently, a senior fellow cohort deployed at the country office of Kenya from September to December of 2020. The knowledge and skills that she's learned in both the fellowship program offered by OHCHR have given her a greater ability to stand for the rights of the Indigenous women and persons with disability. Now, ladies and gentlemen, will you once again put your hands together as we welcome Madam Christine to address us. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, moderator. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the opportunity that ELF has given us, and also to appreciate the opportunity that I've been given by the Voice to speak on their behalf. Today, as you've been told, I'm Christine Kandie from Endorois community, Baringo County. For a long time, I've been engaged on community work whereby I've been representing my community on issues of land rights. For your information, Endorois community had a land right case against the government of Kenya. So we took our issues after exhausting our local remedies, our local issues on justice to African Commission. So we had a ruling on that regards in 2010, and in that process we were supposed to dialogue, to engage in negotiation with the Kenyan government. So I was privileged because at that time I was part of the community members who on several occasions were going to African Commission and coming back, negotiating at national level on issues of implementation. So in that process I got engaged with the community, and at some point, before I was working with the umbrella organization for the community, that is Endorois Welfare Council. So after a number of years, I realized that there are people that I represent that their voices were missing. Those are the women and persons with disabilities. So I went back to the community where we together with other Endorois women, we came up with the Endorois Indigenous Women Empowerment Network, and that is the organization that is geared towards amplifying and speaking for the voice of women and persons with disabilities. We formed the organization in 2016 and registered in 2017, and now we are 3 years old. So we've engaged on a number of issues, especially on structuring the organization so that it can be able to speak for the issues of women and persons with disabilities. So today, now as I was privileged to be part of the organization who are pitching their ideas in now as bootcamp. So now that in somewhere this year I became one of the voice advisory member, and because of that one I could not maybe advance the last stage of pitching because there is the issues of conflict of interest which will which of course parted me from participating in the final stage. So today, being one of the voice advisory member representing people with disabilities at the global level. So today I'm going to tell you about what is voice and what is issues on how has award came about. So I'm going to read. So in light of the principles of nothing about us without us, Voice in Kenya wishes to recognize inspiring, inclusive initiative from Kenya that promote diversity, inclusion, and trigger the self-empowerment of right holders groups and communities through Nothing About Us Without Us awards. And for this reason, Now Ask Kenya is meant for initiatives that are led by and have been fully developed by right holders groups or communities themselves to promote, demand they are inclusive in society. In this, represented by different organizations who attended a boot camp facilitated by Emerging Leaders Foundation and now preparing to pitch before you. Who is Voice? Voice is an initiative of and financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands and executed by the consortium between Oxfam, Novib, and IFOS. IFOS is coordinated by body in the 4 countries, that is Indonesia, Philippines, Kenya, Tanzania, while Oxfam coordinates Voice in 6 countries, that is Laos, Cambodia, Uganda, Niger, Mali, and Nigeria. Voice funds civil society organizations, groups that breathe and live on now as. In our collective journey to an inclusive world, we believe that what unites us most is bigger than what divides us. Voice operate in a context whereby civic space and power is shifting at a fast pace, and often closing rather than opening. Where the narrative is negative and underlining marginalization and vulnerability rather than the dreams and successful steps made towards a better and more inclusive world. Our dream as Voice is that we empowered right holders that are able to express their views and demand their rights for responsive and inclusive society. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to speak and lending me your ears. Thank you.
All right, a better round of applause to her. As Madam Karen had mentioned earlier, let us speak for the voiceless. Amen. That's okay? That's all right? And as you've heard from the organization Voice, what they do, amplifying the voices of the voiceless. That is why we are here, whether it's through the Nime Husika or it's through the Now Us. All that we are saying is we who are in this room, we have a voice, and then we have a responsibility to use that voice on behalf and for the interest of those who are not able to amplify their own voices. So I would also want to bring to us our third speaker for the day, who is going to give us his remarks. Just get that in a minute. Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Sakwa. The other organization that we have been working together with is called the Open Society Initiative for East Africa. Mr. George will be joining us a bit later, but right now I'd like to bring to us the chief guest for today. Probably he is not very new to a number of us, and for some of us might be. But allow me to officially introduce Mr. Raymond Ochieng. He is an experienced public sector strategy and management consultant, all right? He was the inaugural CEO of the National Youth Council under the Ministry of Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs. We are talking about the youth today, all right? He has a specialty in transformation strategies and result-based management and government transformation strategies, having practiced in both the public and private sector. Mr. Raymond Ochieng, he is the inaugural Secretary Youth Affairs at the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, your chief guest for today is one and only Mr. Raymond Ochieng. Will you put your hands together as we welcome him to give us his keynote speech? Karibu sana.
Thank you, MC, for the good job. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I saw we had breakfast. And I've not had breakfast here, so it means you must be better than me. Good morning. Yeah, as you've been told, I'm Raymond Ochieng. I'm Secretary Youth Affairs, and this is, you've heard in terms of my profile, it's inaugural, so it means I'm always a pioneer, so I start. So maybe if I make a mistake, this is also my inaugural keynote at an awards that we are having today. So today is my first day, so you may bear if at all I make a mistake. Karen Wakoli, the Executive Director of Emerging Leaders Foundation, Christine Kandie, Advisory Board Member, Voice Kenya, George Kigoro in absentia, and we've been told he'll be joining us. Invited guests and delegates from every part of this country, members of the press, and any other partner who is with us. I want to say it's a good morning. And let me start by, Karen, it was very emotional. I'm trying to reorganize and shuffle my emotions, because I think when you spoke here, I almost broke in tears. And I was just trying to keep it firm, because I think the camera guy had a spotlight on me. So it would have been very bad if a chief guest cries. And those are some of the things that you don't do if you're a chief guest, because some ladies here say they want a strong man and a strong-willed man, and I may just disqualify to be the best brackets ever. A story is told of a small town a small town of hopeless inhabitants with a small church in a small community, and poverty is all around them, and there is no single or iota of progress that they are going to make in the next foreseeable future. One time this town gathers together and they say, how do we do in terms of how we can make ourselves better? Because it seems in terms of our resources, we do not have any option to sustain ourselves in terms of healthcare, in terms of education, in terms of our schools, in terms of supporting our women. We do not have anything. In terms of our businesses, we do not have anything. And the mayor, the informal mayor, then calls them to the town, I think the town hall, and they sit around. And he tells them, what we have to do is we are going to sell one of our oldest land that bears a statue to an investor that we don't know what they want to do with it. And they agonize and they say, this statue is what has defined us as a community. This is the remaining hope that we have as a small town, a small, dusty, poor town. And they don't have any option. And he tells them, if you have any alternative, can you raise your hand? If you do not want us to sell this small piece of land that is at the heart of our town, that probably is the only resource that we have for now and the future. And everybody was about to lift up their hands, but they were very hesitant because they could not have an alternative or an option out of their misery. And the mayor said, as many as of the opinion say aye, and the ayes had it. And they sold that land. Fast tracking 4 years, 5 years, and a decade, 10 years after selling that land, that proprietor, that investor that bought that land, just discovered that that space of land had got minerals. And history goes to record that the minerals that were there were worth hundreds and millions of dollars then. So what happened is, the moral of all that is, they could not believe that that small space or that small area where they were in was that worth that much to sustain that town and to sustain that community and to make them greater, if not the best. What am I saying today? As we are gathered today, we may not be people of might because we are young people. We may not be having the longest quantum of experiences that anybody may have. We do not have the financial war chest that all those senior citizens may have. We may not have the best or the most deep of best of education, because we are going there because we are young, we are still investing, we are going there, we'll get there. But at the end of the day, in us lives the desire and the dream to become great. Not only for ourselves. You can help us with the people who are making the noise over there. They can tone a little bit. In us resides the desire to become better for ourselves, better for our communities, and better for our countries. And that still again points sometimes to what we do not have. We feel we do not have this. But I'm here to tell you this morning that there is more that we have to change this nation. There is more that we have to make our country great. And that's why I want to salute Karen, because as people who have known each other for quite a long time, and sometimes, Karen, I never knew the dream would be where we are today. Yeah. Because I'll be honest, and I'll not say anything sensitive, Karen. The rest I'll send on email. I'll be very keen on what I say here. But I say, the times that we met over 10 years plus ago, you did not have what we may say may bring this together. But what you had was a dream and a vision, and purpose, an intentional purpose, and to push what you have. You did not have. But here we have, and you've created something, and we can have young people standing in the shoulders of giants to push up what they can push. You've created a platform that, if you did not do, we would have not been having a function on Saturday. And what you are creating here, you're not creating it for yourself. We are creating it to have a legion and minions of millions of young people who can have some place to stand on and become great. And become the sole voice of how their nations can be transformed. And I believe as we came here, we made one decision that yes, we can be counted. Today is a Saturday, for heaven's sake. Some of us who are movie junkies, you may have been late up to the latest part of the night, but today we are here on a Saturday morning and not trying to ask what we can get, not trying to divide any resources that we have looted somewhere. We are here to converse and look at how then do we create platforms, and we share experiences, we peer review, we synergize, and we network, and we build each other based on information-based information that we've had even from our researcher, my good friend Charles, who has done an exemplary job, so that then we can move with knowledge and go where we are. And I want to extrapolate one thing that Charles has said, one of the many things that he said. And unfortunately, or fortunately enough, Charles, I noted this, then you said it. So that also made me to also be very keen to the remarks that you are saying. Not that I was not going to be keen, but I even became much keen to what you said, that as young people, we should not only mobilize, but he said we must go to the next phase of doing what? Of organizing. See, that's true. We must move to the phase of not only organizing, because we are not only mobilizing, but we should also go to the phase of organizing. Then also he said that even history needs a what? Needs a push. And I also say good ideas, good ambitions, and good everything that we have in us also needs a what? Needs a push. And I believe it's a push that we are having here. And one thing I want to point out before I now just read some remarks directly is one valuable thing that I would want to urge, and I know most of us share in that, and you're doing something about that as young people, is consistency. Consistency. Waking up on Monday, doing what you believe you want to do, having no results, having no hope. You go rest on Tuesday, you wake up on Tuesday, and you start doing the same because you believe in it. Because you believe this is my pathway. Because you believe this is my pathway to where I want to go. This is my clear line of sight to my vision. I will wake up. You wake up on Tuesday, you keep on doing it. Actually, you add more passion to it. And the failures of Monday becomes even the best experiences of what you choose not to do on Tuesday and what you choose to do on Wednesday. Then when Wednesday comes, you still purpose to do the same thing. Because you believe in it. Because you believe this is your way out. And I want to speak, is there a dream in us right now? Is there, where you are seated, maybe you said, this is my experience, I want to write a book, and you've never written that book. You've been going to book launches and you're saying, next year, you even go to your laptop, you open a folder. And sometimes even to intimidate, you even put God to it, God's vision in 2020. Sometimes you dust it off and then you wait the beginning of the year. And I know some of us are religious. We go to churches and there's this vision, and if you are in some organized good churches, they give you some small cards. And sometimes your vision really relies on that card. And if you get a bad one, you want to come next Sunday so that you pick a new one. But I believe we are the ones The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics indicates that 75% of our population is youth. That's true. Statistics. And it says between ages 18 to 35, we are 13 million people. 13 million, 18 to 35. It means who are going to elect the next president? It is the young people. Between ages 0 to 35 is 36 million. Though I know between 0 to 18 do not vote. But it tells you the resource that we have. Are we that small town? And I'll tell you, and it's a fact, and I was in an event for Power 254, I think 2 days ago as a chief guest, and I said this, that if young people decide to elect whom they want, we can do it. Though I know we will not do it. I know you can stone me, but at least we'll be here. Karen, you can call me for the next meeting before you stone me so that we check the projections. I know we may not do it. Let me not say we will not, but I know we may not do it. But we can choose to elect the people that we want. We can choose to elect the candidates that are progressive, that will advance the ideas and the good plans that the youth have towards prosperity in this country. We can. Welcome, George. Karibu sana. So we can. And that also points me as I wrap up to say that I have a famous cousin of mine that all of you know, and sometimes it's good to be in a place whereby you have a cousin that people know. And his cousin is Barack Obama. And I don't say, and don't tell many people. And please don't mention it to many people, because she even acknowledged Karen. I believe that's not the reason why I'm here. Yeah, but Barry is my cousin. For sure, I know people from my side always like to subscribe to greatness, even if they're far off. But we are very close, and the moment you may know we are close is anytime he's in the country and you want a selfie, you can reach out to me. But there's one thing he said. I don't believe in all the things that he did as my cousin, but I believe in some things, especially even how he inspired the world. He said that his campaigns did not begin in the most biggest pompous ways, but it started in the living room of Iowa, and he was not addressing a crowd. He was talking to an old couple, telling them that he wanted to become president. And indeed, one thing that inspires us about him is that he pushed on, and it's what Lupita would climax with a beautiful mantra, that all dreams are valid. So I believe all our dreams are. You can give yourself a clap. So those were my off-the-cuff remarks. I was trying to save face for George. No, on a light note. I was trying to save face so that we hold on a few minutes before we start. So allow me to read my speech for the remarks. I was doing the off-the-cuff, so after I do this, I will not add anything. I'd already acknowledged everybody that came. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start my remarks by saying that it is a great honor for me to be associated with this important event where Husika report is being launched and the Now Us awardees are being unveiled. I salute the organizers of this important event, and I would say it's a timely one. The young people world over have refused to be silent spectators, especially on matters that concern them and their future. Instead, they are gradually pulling back the seats at every decision table and firmly occupying them, with voices that can neither be silenced nor ignored any longer. Every sector that looks at today is punctuated with young women and men who are not just occupying this space, but championing for more spaces to be created for more of them. Government, private sector, and even the civil society all have youths who are not just there to be seen, but to fulfill righteousness of affirmative actions, but to be recognized, listened to, and involved. And yet more remains to be done. And I believe our conversations today will ensure that we collaboratively and we co-create our pathways together, both as government, non-state actors, and youth who are the critical stakeholders of this beautiful country. As a State Department for Youth Affairs, we appreciate that there are more fundamental milestones still to be made, and we are prepared to shepherd the country into this new land together. A land where energy, creativity, and thoughtfulness of youth will intentionally be nurtured, tapped into, deployed to a meaningful nation-building activities. We, however, must agree that this cannot be done by government alone, but this must be done by stakeholders jointly and with youth being at the center of where all this needs to happen. Which is why a clarion call to you by ELF Africa, Voice Global, Husika Fellows, and the right stakeholders are here. It is for this reason that I'm always delighted to share my thoughts, which I've shared some of them before I started making these official remarks, that we must support and we must give young people the opportunity to influence their spaces through their own initiatives. I must specifically say that I am always excited, and I want to reiterate that for the last 9 years, Karen and her team at the ELF Africa have selflessly supported, empowered, and accompanied thousands of young women and men across the country to achieve meaningful, dignified, and impactful participation in governance, economy, public affairs at all levels of the society. Ladies and gentlemen, youth of this beautiful, great country, on my behalf and perhaps to speak for the State Department, I really hope to see ELF Africa expand its wings beyond the 13 counties that currently they are working on. And I believe we wish ELF all the best. But I am encouraged because I believe that with a strategic partnership with the trusted friends like Voice Global and the Open Society Initiative for Eastern Africa, represented ably here by its leadership, Mr. George Kegoro, I think that with this, these prayers will be answered. And so, with that, my friend George Kegoro and the Voice team, your decision to support Karen and ELF is not only noble and commendable, but will undoubtedly go a long way in bringing more young people and especially special groups to the decision table. Today is a statement to what right partnership and well-equipped young people can do. I'm delighted to note that the work that has been done by Husika Project over the last 2 years, we live in a digital era, and the youth are the captains of this space. And as such, equipping them to leverage on their points of passion, like social media, to effect community change is very ingenious of ELF Africa and of course your partners like Osierra and the other partners. Ladies and gentlemen, I have noted that this project has reached and engaged with over 4 million young people on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I hope that as a result, then these young people will bring back sanity that is sometimes lacking in such platforms. I look forward to seeing life-changing and community-transforming initiatives and movements birthed and championed via these channels. And I hope that when this happens, it will be driven by the Husika Fellows here today. I was captivated by the part of the digital activism report that says that these young people using social media had education, livelihoods, public participation, devolution, and 2022 elections as their top priority areas. This is very impressive. My challenge to you, Husika Fellows, is how then will you use this opportunity and privilege to advocate for sound leadership and get what is rightfully ours as young people? Adequate investment and political goodwill are these areas that we must push for. How will you, for instance, use digital skills to promote Kenya as a preferred tourism destination or Africa as the #1 business and financial hub? This is the charge I leave with you. Yes, we can do this. Together with the power of young people, the global conversation is shifting more and more towards diversity and inclusivity, and we are in 2021, and we have truly come out of age to drop any and every pre-existing stereotype, prejudices, and alienations that may affect our progress. The world has increasingly become a global village, as you're aware. Our city, most of it is not all archaic cultural beliefs that are ruled, that ruled the previous centuries. We are in the now. Ladies and gentlemen, that said, the world and Kenya must remember, reach out to and actively engage all people groups, irrespective of gender, ethnic extraction, disability, or even sexual orientations. While we may not necessarily agree with everyone on everything, the least we should do is to embrace even those who differ with us in ideologies, if not for anything else, but for the mutuality of humanity. For the architecture and structure and model of the Now Us Awards that we will be giving out today, it is clear that everyone has something to offer and should be given an opportunity to offer their best. My best way not to be the same, but it should be recognized and appreciated as my best, even if it does not match your best. It is for this reason that I commend Voice Global for devoting resources to bring together rights holder voices through this award ceremony. That you have chosen to highlight unsung efforts and heroes and to amplify their voices does more than just amplifying their voices. What you and ELF are doing here today and for the rest of the 2 years is to level the playing field for everyone. Through your joint efforts, people and organizations in Indoris, Baringo, Kwale, Busia can access the privileges as those who are in Nairobi. Looking at the profile of the 10 rights holder organizations here today, I could not help but notice they are all very small organizations that half the time donors would pass to go to the big ones. I am sure you have a reason and a story to choose to work with such organizations. Whatever your reason and story is, I celebrate you for this choice, and I hope that in the next cycle, you can onboard more than 10. I've also noticed that these 10 rights holder organizations are very diverse. Some are addressing challenges of persons living in disability, others are protecting and preserving the dignity of financially exploited women and girls, yet many others are decisively dealing with endless inequalities facing women, girls, and the old. All these rights holder organizations are doing a great job, and I do not envy the panel of judges who today have a duty to agonize to pick just 4. Because if it were up to me, all the 10 rights holders are just as good as winners. And today, they are winners. But again, we must recognize the reality of limited resources. That's what may constrain us to ring fence to a few. These Now Us Awards has allowed my office and I know which organizations to partner with in the future, and we do the same work to ensure that this will present a foreseeable future good for all of us. As I come to the end of my remarks, may I offer some encouragement and hope to the following rights holders. Enrolled in Genius Women Empowerment Network. You can clap for yourselves if you're in. Human Development Agenda, Ideal Research Center, Ingenious Women and Girls Initiative, Jacaranda Development Initiative, and I hope you don't own this hotel, Mfalme Production, Nayai Foundation, Northern Nomadic Disabled Persons Organization, Reproductive Health Network Kenya, and Village Ventures International. You are all going to, you're all doing an amazing job and transforming lives, and I'm greatly thankful to the Voice Global and ELF for believing in you and investing in you. So, whether you win this award or not, take it from me, you are all winners, and for this reason, may the impact of your work bear fruit beyond borders. And thank you once again, ELF, Open Society Initiative for East Africa, and Voice Global for considering me to make these remarks here today. And I appreciate all your work. And if ever there's anything my office can do for you, please give me an opportunity to serve you. Thank you all. God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
All right, another round of applause. Thank you so much for those very enlightening words. We are encouraged. Indeed, all of us have something to offer. All right? And it's all a matter of beginning and being consistent, and then all the resources that we need will begin to align to us. All right? Yes, we're going to now do the official launching of the report, of the Husika report. But before we do, Mr. George is here with us, and we'd like to hear from him on behalf of the Open Society Initiative for East Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now I bring to us Mr. George Kegoro, who is a human rights lawyer with a long history of civil rights and pre-democracy advocacy. He has previously served as the executive director of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. George has contributed to shaping Kenya public opinion on human rights, elections, democracy, the rule of law, among many other issues, through weekly columns in the dailies. He has a vast experience in managing relationships between the public, the judiciary, and the government. George Kegoro is the executive director of the Open Society Initiative for East Africa. Now, will you help me welcome Mr. George to the stage?
Thank you very much for that of a generous introduction. Thank you very much, Karen, and colleagues in Emerging Leaders Foundation for having me here today. And thank you very much, Raymond, for your complimentary remarks. And also, I caught the tail end of what you said, that is something that I strongly support. And I'm happy to see so many people here today. I think all young. Must be the oldest person in the room then. So I can speak like an elder. So the first thing is to bring the vigorous support of the Open Society Foundation for Eastern Africa, which I lead, to ELF, and the work that you are doing and the launch that you have today that represents part of very, very valuable work, which is trying to deliberately give youth and young people a platform to express themselves, to grow their skills, and to exercise their leadership. The Open Society Initiative for Eastern Africa is, maybe I should just tell you a bit about that. We are currently going through a significant amount of transformation internally. As part of that transformation, the organization is going to merge with the 4 other foundations in Africa, and we'll just have one foundation, where we currently have 4 and a regional office. So all the entities will merge, and that will be at the as of the 1st of January 2022. That's 3 weeks from now, basically. So as a result of the merger, we will be making decisions on a Pan-African basis, funding across Africa from one place, rather than the way we've been organized previously, which was funding through a devolved method where we have foundations in the regions of Africa. But the good news is that as a result of the merger, our resource envelope will increase significantly. So we have a big ability to fund. We also are going to work very deliberately around building Pan-African agency. So if an organization like ELF that has a Pan-African leaning might find that we'll become a better fit, because we've tended previously to give smaller grants, but we'll be giving larger grants for longer periods for work that imagines and positions itself around supporting or working on a Pan-African space. So we are open to so during the merger period, because you're still going through we are in a transitional period, we'll make the old and the new will coexist. We'll have a bit of the old way of working, but also as we bring in the new organization, we're going to there's going to be there are a few glitches, because the back end things that need to be done to ensure that everything is fine is still being worked out. So, but feel free to approach us, and there will probably be delays in the way that we engage with you and in the way we make decisions about our support. I just needed to say that at the beginning. So the other thing to say is really just to speak a bit about the business of today. I think the MC spoke a bit about my journey. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel that when you're speaking to younger people like this, because you didn't drop out of MS, you are also at their age and their stage in life. So maybe sometimes it's useful to give a sense of how it was like when you were sort of at the beginning of your life and at the beginning of your journey in the work world. So I went to the university in the 80s and graduated in the early 90s. That's when I started working. At that time, we didn't know it, but we would come to find out later, the Golden Bag scandal was happening. It's because that started around 1990 and was discovered later, but it was happening. And the effects were on us. We could feel them. We could feel them in the way that we were really, there was no money. Everything was there was an economic meltdown. I have never felt as vulnerable as we did when we were transitioning through the years of leaving college and joining the work world, when banks were closing left, right, and center, when the Kenya shilling was in this free fall against hard currency, when decisions were being made about liberalization and so on and so forth. That was the period when we were living and coming into the work world. Side by side with that was opportunity, because now the country was transforming from single party. KANU was ceding power to the opposition and was at the same time extremely scared about the prospect of sharing political space with the opposition. And they responded with that through the Golden Bag Commission, and they put out lots of money to fund the election that happened in 1992. So suddenly we had this huge vulnerability ourselves, but there were huge opportunities to become rich because there was election money around. We saw people, some of them are still in public life, they've thrived because we had an equal opportunity to join that gravy train. We did. There was a huge invitation and a huge temptation. And we didn't. I didn't myself. There was equal opportunity. I could have gone into YK92 if I had wanted. I had every chance, but I just thought that I didn't admire that as a choice for myself. I made different choices, and when I started then working, and so you had these people who you are poor with them. Driving a car in the 90s was a big thing. They were not there. People couldn't afford to drive. It's now, I mean, even you don't have to be particularly. Cars are a different thing now, but a car was a big status thing when we came out. So come out and these guys have cars, and we were like, wow, this is okay. On the one hand, this is good, but on the other hand, I just don't admire those shortcuts. So I use that to say that to make the point that at every point when you are at the beginning of life, you'll be confronted with those types of moral choices where there will be things that shine around you and there are opportunities. Nowadays, I think the term I hear is wash. I don't really know what that is personally. I think I sort of guess what it is, but I don't. Nobody has ever told me what wash is. But So those types of things that are described as wash or whatever they're called, they've always been there. And they've always been part of the universe of choices that confront all of us, but also confront young people. And they confront young people at a time when you are more vulnerable than everybody else. When you are older, you can have choices. You can say, I don't have to do this because maybe I have a job, I'm well established, so I don't have to take, I don't have to do disreputable things because I'm doing well anyway. But when you are young, you are at the beginning of your life, you have nothing, you have no prospect, you have financial and other pressures, and you want to get on. The choice is, do I throw away this possibility merely because it is disreputable, when on the other hand I've got nothing? So it becomes more difficult. It becomes more abstract. The choices that you're making are more difficult because you're more vulnerable, because of the nature of just how people start out in life in most societies. We never inherit things. We never start out in life with big inheritances from families. So you are going to typically start with nothing. So my challenge is that you will have, those are some of the confrontations, some of the choices that will confront you and continue to confront you, and those are the struggles that you will have to live with by virtue of being young. No one stays young forever. The choices you make in your youth, some of them define the rest of your life, some of them don't, but some of them you are, when you become wiser, you are grateful that you didn't fall into the temptation to take the shortcuts, because even at a time when you are not sure what else was available out there. So you will, in your own time, in your own context, and I don't know very many of you here, and I don't know what you're going through, but I would just like to say that whatever struggles you're going through, they are not new. The details of that will be different, but the nature of those struggles are not new. It struggles between opportunity, and opportunity is very limited, and it will always be limited, and it's getting more and more limited. Opportunity to have a decent beginning and a decent takeoff, and an ethical way to live your life on the one hand, and for some people there will be opportunity and a temptation to take shortcuts, because then that starts you in a way that you go to the front of the queue and you take off at supersonic speed, and you are okay. So that will be there. For some of you will get those types of shortcuts. Some of you won't, obviously, or some of you won't get the opportunity to make those types of decisions to go to for shortcuts. But I would like to say that if that is what your struggle is, if that's what you're going through, it isn't new. It has always been how society is programmed. When we were beginning out in life, and we would be having this banter as we're having meeting with older people, talking about the experiences, the things that young people go, you party, people you have good drinks, you have a good time, people get drunk maybe sometimes, and so on and so forth. Those struggles with the things young people go through, that life. So when we got into that life and we were talking about it, and to people who are older, who grew up in the 60s, there was a temptation for us to think that we were the first ones to be exposed to that life. And they were like, when they tell you their stories, and they're like, everybody has gone through exactly the same experiences. It's just you're going through your own version, but there's nothing new in terms of the broad aspects of human experience. There's nothing new. The details will be different. The traps will be different. If people were drinking alcohol in the 60s, and if that's the worst that they could do, what has happened is the types of alcohol may have changed. There's more more available, more types of those. If it was drugs, they were there, but it's just the category of drugs that has increased and changed, and therefore, but the temptations and the life and everything is the same for all humanity through different stages. So really, it's to make the point that whatever you face or likely to face, whatever you're going through or are likely to go through, the struggles are much the same, and the choices and the moral basis for viewing those struggles has sort of remained constant. Knowledge and perspective, of course, has changed because once you have more information, as you do, about the mistakes the generation before you has made and the good things they've made, it gives you a better chance to make better choices than the people who went before you. And I hope that the perspectives of others who have gone before you, and I mean the perspective of reading or getting to know what choices other people made and the mistakes they made, will make you able to make better choices. And as I finish, I would like to say that maybe the things that you need to do, 3 things that you need to do to then confront and be better able to live with the moments that you have, is the first thing is you need to believe in yourself. You can only believe in yourself based on if you have conviction that this is right. It supports the belief in yourself. It supports your ability to avoid temptations and to avoid shortcuts and so on and so forth. The second thing is to know how the world around you works. You will never have a world. I mean, young people have this. There's a grievance of exclusion for young people, a grievance that we are not given opportunity. And so on and so forth, and that is understandable. But you'll never have a society where there's a clear out of older people and now young people come. We have parents. Don't you have parents? You want your parents to be around. Don't you love your parents? Yes, you do. And you have grandparents. Those are older people. They have a role in your life. So you will never have a situation where society is made up of only one age group. So learning to work with others outside of your age set is a key part of how you navigate your youth. There are things you need. You need the experience of the generations ahead of you as you bring your energy yourselves to, which is what young people can have, but also new knowledge. So learning to coexist and to live with others is the second thing that I would like to leave you with. And then the last thing, understanding what opportunities exist around you. With the opportunities that you have now, which have got to do with the digital world and how it works, those were not opportunities that previous generations have had. And we are launching a report today about how youth engage online. That wouldn't have been a discussion in the 60s because there was no such space for young people. In the 90s, when we came around, an organization had typewriters. Then you would buy the one computer. It sat at the corner, and it was covered up, and it was an adornment really for the office space. It was something you worshipped, but we don't worship technologies anymore. We need them very practically, and if you don't have them, so that is your space. Those are your realities as young people. But understanding how the world works, both digitally, but also how the digital interfaces with the real world, and what opportunities, how you get in and out of those two spaces, is also key to navigating the issues that you need to go with as young people. So with those very many words, my massive compliments to Karen and her team, ELF, and to Raymond, and to all your partners, and to pledge our continuing support as Open Society Foundations for the work that you're doing, and to all the young people, wishing you a very reflective way of looking at the opportunities that you have, including through engagement online, and to say that we'll continue working together. Thank you very much.
We can do another round of applause. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful morning getting to learn from those who have gone before us. I believe those of us who are here from the different organizations, you're beginning to see yourself, you know, how you will look like a few years from now, or a few days, depending with how fast we are able to implement what we are learning here, all right? So I want to ask us to stand and just give a standing ovation as we clap to our 3 speakers for the day so far. So they can be seated, no, the guests, we are the ones who are appreciating you. So everybody stand, look at them, just clap continuously, celebrate. I see Madam Karen has also joined in standing. All right, thank you so much. We are so honored to learn from you and to hear from you. I believe we have all learned something, okay? We keep tweeting. Remember, the hashtag for the day is Nimehusika, hashtag Nimehusika, hashtag inclusivity for all. I see the online conversation is ongoing. Let's keep the conversation going, all right? Right about now, I want to bring to us our band for the day. Aren't they looking lovely? I don't know which song they have for us now, if we're still heart beating or it's something different. But they're going to give us a number as I invite the judges for the day to come and take their positions here. We are transitioning into the Now Us Award ceremony, and we'll begin with the pitches. So I believe the organizations are getting ready, those who are doing the pitches. And as we have that, we can have the judges coming forward. And when I call the name of the judge, you clap for them as they come, all right? The very first judge is my good friend, Mr. Josiah Adiema. He taught me last year in my ELF class on communications. He's a good communications expert with lean lip. I hope I get that right, okay? I'm doing well. All right, clap for Mr. Josiah as he takes his seat. Karibu sana. Yeah, thank you so much. The second one is a lovely Miss Michelle Gure. She's looking lovely this morning. You can appreciate her as she comes. You guys. Karibu sana. It's a pleasure to have you. Help me welcome Mr. Kevin Randiek, who is also my good friend. I have good friends today. Karibu sana, another good communications expert. And finally, we have a lovely lady, Miss Wendy Otieno. All right, keep clapping until she gets here. You're very much welcome. These are going to be our panel judges for the day. So as they set up, we can have the band giving us some music. I believe the organizations are getting ready with their pitch.
There was a secret chord that David played, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? And it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift, the powerful king composing hallelujah, 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 faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty and the moonlight overthrew you. from your lips. It's true, your hallelujah, 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 maybe there's copper. All I've ever learned from love is how to shoot somebody who are true. Yeah. It's not a cry you hear at night. It's not someone who's seen the light. It's a call and it's a broken hallelujah, Thank you very much, Asante Sana. Thank you. Nihambile, nimbonile, bagitinikile, bagitinikile, Disa funanga, Disa bunanga. Niaguleka Ikondo yami Iakualesa Iakuzara Isa kulama Kurane Thank you very much, Santi Sada.
Reproductive. Okay, the mic wasn't working there. All right, so we'd like to introduce the first organization to come pitch to us. And so Reproductive Health Network Kenya, karibuni sana.
So as you settle in, one of the things that we need you to be aware about as judges is that there are things that we're going to be looking at. So take your time relaxing. You have 3 minutes to be on that stage, and 3 minutes is sufficient for you, we believe, as judges, that you would have hacked this enough for us to determine if you're going to be the winners or not. We are not here to penalize you on anything, but we're going to be looking at the thematic focus on what your pitch is about. We're going to look at the clear problem that you elucidate and originality of the idea. Beyond that, then we are looking at the impact of the same and involvement on how then you're going to be involving the community, sustainability of the same, scalability, and how attractive this is going to be. Then the final thing then we're going to be looking at is how then does the team perform. So those are the parameters within which you have to be doing this. For the rest of the team that are going to be presenting, you could also have your timer, so that then your timer you have it timed to 3 minutes. By the time you get done with your 3 minutes, then we expect you to be out of the stage. If you can be able to hack it within 15 seconds to 3 minutes, that is okay. If you hack it 15 seconds after 3 minutes, that is also okay. Beyond that, then it's something that we're going to be considering in terms of time management. Ladies, over to you.
despite evidence that women want to avoid, delay, space, or terminate pregnancies. Often, the right to decide is the most politicized agenda. And this is just one of the human rights violations in areas of sexual reproductive health and rights that women face every day, and especially women in the marginalized communities. And do you know what this means for women in their diversity? Now, 7 girls die every day because of unsafe abortion. Kenya uses 433 million to treat complications from unsafe abortion. This is statistics from APHRC. And let's speak about unmet needs for family planning. Marginalized women face challenges in regards to family planning, and the prevalence of HIV in women is twice that of men. My name is Rita Anindo.
My name is Lorraine Sakini. What we offer or promote as an organization are services that advocate for freedom in body autonomy for women. We do this through legal structure. We do this through advocacy and service provision. What we launched is known as Nena na Binti. Nena na Binti is our baby. We call it our baby because what it does for us, we never thought we could do it as an organization. Nena na Binti acts as a referral call where women can access reproductive health services and the comfort of their homes. If you are a woman, you're seeking reproductive health services, but you don't want people in your community to know, and you also cannot afford to go far. What you can do is call Nena na Binti and get these services in a hospital that is closer to you, but not within your region. That is what we do. So our target area are marginalized communities and people with disability and people of the LGBTQI community.
Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Lorraine and Rita. I'll just ask if there are any questions or feedback from the judges at this time. Okay, great. Thanks so much. Now we'll call the next group, the next organization, Human Development Agenda. Welcome. When you're ready.
Ready. My name is Kashi from Kwale County, and my colleague.
I'm Mariam Mwagololi from Kwale.
On the night of 29th May 2020, anti-terror police unit broke into Monalima's home. They used a hand grenade to break into the house. The impact of that hand grenade left her 4 kids with bruises all over the body. As if that was not enough punishment, they went ahead shooting her. She was 8 months pregnant. Her unborn baby took the bullet, probably, maybe for the women of Kwale County. As if that was not enough, they went ahead killing her 2 babies. One 4 years and one 6 years old. That was not enough, pain enough. The police killed her husband. Monalima is one of 100 women we work with in Kwale County who have fallen victim of police brutality arising from the anti-terror program. Our program, dubbed The Power with Her Voice, aims at consolidating the voices of these women who have been fallen victim of police brutality simply because they are relatives to terror suspects. We aim at eradicating stigma, discrimination, and societal norms that have, over the time, normalized police violence against women and children who are relative to terror suspects.
And to ensure sustainability of the results, the project will build capacity to the beneficiaries as local champions
who then can offer moral and social support to other marginalized women through formation of local support women networks.
I want you to think about Mwanalima. She could be your mother, your sister, your daughter, or any woman in this room who undergo similar challenges in Kwale County. We have the right people, the right network, and have the experience simply because we come from Kwale, where the challenge is immense, and we are the right people to address this challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kashi and Mariam. Because of time, we won't be giving immediate feedback after the presentations, but right after every organization has pitched, we will then come back with any feedback and questions. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
Next, we have Northern Nomadic Disabled Persons Organization, or NONDO. Karibuni. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, all. I would urge all of you to kindly close your eyes for a moment and just imagine if you didn't have education, where are you going to be? Where would you have been? What would you be doing? Well, this is just an imagination for you. For hundreds of thousands of persons who are pastoralists with disabilities, this is a reality. And just a quick one among the judges. I don't know if you have ever employed a driver or a watchman or a househelp with disability, or if you ever have seen any.
Yes, you have. Yes, I have, probably. Yes.
Okay, and if they are there, they are very few. Then this means that education is the only alternative for children with disabilities to have a successful life later in life. My name is Fatima Mohammed. I'm visually impaired. I work for NONDO. We advocate for the rights, inclusion and participation of persons with disabilities from pastoralist communities. I am who I am today and in this position because people believed in me and held my hand all throughout. And unfortunately, for hundreds of thousands of children with disability, this is not the case. Because of, among other reasons, there are myths and misconceptions around disability that are denying these children opportunity to grow in dignity and realize their dreams. And this is shattering their self-esteem and confidence. For this reason, these children later in life, they're uneducated, they're unskilled, they are forgotten, and they resign to fate and poverty later in adult life, and they continue with the cycle of poverty. But if given chance of education, the greatest equalizer, these children are going to be great leaders in future. They are going to be confronting these barriers, gaining confidence and courage to confront these barriers. And because of that, our intervention is going to be, we are going to actively champion for the rights, actively champion and advocate for the rights of education for pastoralist children with disabilities. We are also going to set up a scholarship program where we are going to target needy children with disabilities, and from 12 counties, at least 5 from each county.
Thank you. And in terms of sustainability, we are going to come up with a kitty. And this kitty will be contributed by those who have had an opportunity to pursue the education, particularly friends of NONDO. That is sustainable because disability is something that actually here with us. The other thing that also we are going to do in terms of sustainability is advocacy with the county governments that we are working with, which are actually 12. Thank you so much.
Asanteni sana. A round of applause for NONDO. Thank you. Next, we'll have Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. Karibuni. And as you stand on stage for the other participants and organizations left, I know it might be a bit intimidating, especially being on the podium, but just feel at ease because they're all great ideas that you have come up with. Thank you.
We continue start. Good morning. This is Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative team, and we are here to pitch our idea. Our focus area is advancing agroecology for food resilience, and our problem is in food insecurity in Baringo that has affected Indigenous women and have increased a lot of vulnerability, especially gender-based violence and other violations in the community. So our initiative will address SDG number 1, SDG number 2, SDG number 5, and SDG number 13, which is climate action. So how do we intend to do this? Already we are advancing agroecology in our projects, but we want to advance more. At the moment, we have reached out to 300 women in Kisone location, but we want to advance to Kolowa district, that is Tiati, so that we reach over 500 women to make sure that every household is food secure through organic farming. We'll train women to do compost pit, kitchen gardening at home, so that they don't depend on their spouses, and also to help them educate their girls. So why is this project unique? Because we are living in a pastoralist community, and the only livelihood there is pastoralism, we are introducing organic farming to boost their nutrition as well, and also build women resilience to climate change. The target group of this it is intersex community, women, young girls, young mothers, and also women with disability. We intend to work with climate change working group. We intend to work with county government and also ministry, national government, because there's a project going on now for climate resilience. Maybe you can add something.
In terms of sustainability, we also intend to basically come up with village savings groups to boost their savings when they are participating in the different capacity buildings that we will propose to them. They will also transition to clusters, which is a group of many different groups, and then to federation, and possibly transition to a SACCO or a CBO.
Thank you. I think we are done. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Monica Yator.
And you?
George Mukaya.
Monica and George, thank you so much. A round of applause for them. Next on stage, we'll have Jacaranda Development Initiative. Welcome. So whenever you're ready.
Sure.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lilian Barasa, Director, Jacaranda Development Initiative. Our idea is prevention of fistula in Asal region, particularly West Pokot and Turkana, where stigmatization is the main cause. A case study whereby I was an affected person, whereby a family member, who is my own sister, was a survivor of fistula. Take a little seconds and imagine what you would go through if you have a sister, a wife, or even a mother who is an adult, and you have to go through issues of buying adult diapers. Yes, that is what I went through. And for a long time, we did not have a solution for it. In fact, people pitched it with, tagged it with being bewitched. But by God's grace, we were able to get good medical practitioners. After a long period of time, she was treated, got back to her feet. Even her family now got together because her husband had run away because he could not stand that problem. And that's why I'm motivated to be a champion to the survivors of women in the region, to speak, to be a voice to their condition so that they can be well addressed.
Okay, we drive our strength
from Sustainable Goal number 3 that says we need a better health for better health and well-being for all. So these are the pillars on which we are doing this intervention, targeting the ASAL region. Okay, our intervention shall revolve around creating awareness, looking for these people who are affected and looking for treatment for them, doing system strengthening, especially the referral systems in West Pokot County, and also we shall involve women movements to be able to sell out this idea. We can also use social media so that we speak out and let women come out, those who are in stigma, so that they can be treated, because fistula is treatable. And so also our sustainability plan is that we are going to involve other stakeholders like the Fistula Foundation, the Ministry of Health, the county governments of these particular areas that we are going to work with. So we believe that through this, our take is that assist these women, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. A round of applause. Next, we'll have Mfalme Productions. Karibu. Let's give them a hand as they walk on stage. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. Why did the tortoise crack its shell? Hold that thought. My name is Lenny Teach, an animator at Mfalme Productions.
And my name is Boniface Mwali. I'm the executive producer and co-founder of Mfalme Productions.
This and many more African-themed stories is what we're looking to share with the global audience. Given that we have an outreach of over 20 million viewers across various platforms, from YouTube, Kweli TV, Viusasa, and other platforms, we are looking to share these stories that cut across all social, political, and economical divides in order to reduce inequality, which is in line to Goal 10.
Did you know that over 500 hours of video content is uploaded to YouTube every minute? Bearing in mind that YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world, this is a very important statistic, especially noting also that most of this content is in entertainment, music, and comedy, a lot of which is representative of what African culture, being an oral society, produces. So we as Mfalme Productions, inspired by this reality, developed a pilot animation series called Makarao, which has become a popular sensation in reference to comedy and police relations in Kenya.
Makarao has various characters, including the rogue police, as you can tell from the name. We have former presidents, the lifelong presidents, matatu operators, just the general society people, the indigenous groups, and various other communities to make sure that everybody in the society is addressed.
So our show has garnered over 20 million views, 10 million of them being on YouTube, and the rest coming from other platforms, including Facebook and various social media platforms. The project that we're looking to implement here seeks to develop peer-to-peer training programs that will equip young people and storytellers from different parts of the country to be able to tell their own stories the way we chose to tell this story using the medium of animation. In order to do this, we're looking to train and equip young people from various communities and get them to learn the skills that we taught ourselves to use and tell their own stories using animation, and that in this way have a bigger presence for original African animation content in the growing digital landscape that is YouTube and social media.
With your partnership, we believe we can finally be able to find out why the tortoise cracked its shell.
And just in case you're not sure, we're going to play you a short 30-second video clip of the work that we do.
Chinda milioni na serikali.
Leo umefikiria for the last 3 years hauchagua ukifikiria.
Yes, sisi turekodi hiyo. Halafu tupeleke kwa maretio. Tokatiwa lazima tusome. Nini kusema ukweli hata kama tunasema hata wao wako na rights.
Lakini naona hata kama wako na rights na pia sisi tuko na rights.
Basi nipatie passport yangu tenda peke yangu.
Hapana, wacha tufanye hivi. Unajua in fact tulikuwa tunafaa kwenda China sio leo. Ni sisi serikali tuingie.
Ni sisi sergeant na koplo.
Tuingie na viatu ama tutoe hapa nje.
Ndio viatu waje hapo nje.
Much. Please subscribe to our channel.
Thank you so much, Tim Falme Productions. Next, we'll have Village Ventures International. Welcome. A round of applause for them as they step up. So whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. We are from Village Ventures. My name is Gregory Nyangwesu.
Good afternoon everybody. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Evelyn Chasia.
Now, women living in the slum areas of Makadara constituency live in such poverty that basic needs always go unmet. Our proposal, if funded, aims to alleviate this. We intend to train 60 women in vocational skills. We will train them as motor vehicle mechanics, as electricians, and spray painters. We have over 10 garages willing to partner with us. We have 5 driving schools willing to partner with us. We have previously trained 30 women in this regard. My colleague was a beneficiary for our first project.
Evelyn is one of the ladies ambao wamepitia maisha mazito katika ndoa, changamoto ya kudhulumiwa, kiwango kile kupigwa hadi kupoteza mtoto, kuvunjwa mguu, kukaa Kenyatta miezi 6. Na nashukuru sana kwa ajili ya Village Ventures walipoingililia kati, wakanipa sauti, nikajijua, nikajitambua. Kupitia the Lady Mechanical program, I was empowered, I got skills. Even at the point when I was widowed at a very young age, I am able to educate my children through what I got and the skill I got.
So if we are granted, in less than 2 years, we have 60 ladies like Evelyn. Women who are economically empowered, who are confident, and therefore able to avail their rights.
Great. Thank you so much, Evelyn and Nyangweso. A round of applause. Thank you. So next we have Ideal Research Center. Karibuni. So you can start whenever you're ready.
In 2021, Ideal Research Center, in collaboration with like-minded partners, initiated a pilot study involving girls and boys to bridge information asymmetry in human rights, gender inequality, and financial retention through peer clubs.
This is a core area because Ideal Research Center is an organization based in Western Kenya where we intervene by bridging the information asymmetry by providing evidence to drive impact. In this pilot project, we aim to reach out to schools through peer clubs, but also to help them to change behavior, but more importantly, as a driver towards reaching out the wider community in terms of culture change, especially targeting social cultural norms that are retrogressive, that are leading to violence and human rights abuses, and more specifically causing disparity, and also not including women in the decisions that are made in the community.
Have you poured from an empty jug? Through this initiative, right holders are equipped with the relevant skills and knowledge to fully participate and involve themselves fully in their rights and freedom to enhance feminism and retention through cohesion, thereby facilitating socio-economic development.
Through this project, we developed this manual, which informed our pilot project. And through this pilot project, we are here to ask for an elevation to be able to scale this project to the wider community in Korea, where they are facing issues to do with violations of gender, which are also causing exclusion to women. We've seen success that we can also translate to the community, and we'll be working with creative arts because of the rich folklore among the Abakuria community, who are predominantly in the Korea West and Korea East sub-counties.
Our initiative is community-owned. We engage and use the existing community structural systems existing. We actively participate with the stakeholders, that is the ministry through Ministry of Education, Health, Agriculture, just to mention a few. We also incorporate NGOs in our partnership.
The end goal of this is to reduce the inequalities and also to create impact towards inclusivity along value chains, which Ideal Research Center is passionate about in health, agriculture, climate change, and in agribusiness. Thank you.
I'm Franklin Acheng.
And I'm Dennis Okore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Franklin and Dennis. Last but not least, we have Nayai Foundation. Karibuni.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the next 3 minutes, I want all of us to put on an imaginary lens on what freedom looks and feels like to an uneducated woman in a patriarchal community full of retrogressive cultural practices. Now keep those lenses on. Nashami is one of our star bidders with a specialty in hand bids. 10 years ago, Nashami will walk 5 kilometers in pursuit of education to school. This, among other challenges such as regressive cultural practices, early marriages, and FGM, could not let her complete her school education. At the age of 9 years, Nashami was a victim to FGM, and at 12 years, she was a second wife to Paroni, early marriage. She could not finish school. Now, she's 22 years. It's so sad that she became a victim of FGM. This is just one case affecting women in pastoral communities in Samburu County. I and my co-founders could not stand and see this happen. We wanted this to be the last case. Therefore, founded Nayai Foundation in Kisima Town, Samburu County, back in 2017. Focusing on women who did not have a privilege to access education, and at this point in their lives, the education could not be impactful. We resulted to capacity building in one of the cultural practices that they have been doing passionately and that has been passed from generation to generation, and that is beadworks. Now, not only as a pastime, but then as an income-generating activity. To bridge this gap, we equip these women with contemporary knowledge on beadwork designs, as well as creating a market for their products, which is a crucial part of our project. We know what and how to do, but then it's the how that brings us to you for humble request for your support and partnership.
To firm up on sustainability, NIA aims on training women on soft money-making skills, such as tailoring, beading, leather tanning, to boost production of authentic cultural products.
Your support and partnership will help in bringing Nashami and other women to a group which will give them a political voice and a bargaining power to influence policies relating to their economic activities and their service delivery rights, their children's education, healthcare, reproductive health rights, and express their feminism. We want to know that currently we have 30 women bidders and support 36, both boys and girls, through primary education. For Nashami and these women, it's a dream, but we're here to make it valid, because we want them to say, there's nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, NIA Foundation. I think that is the end of the presentations. I'll hand over perhaps to the MC as the judges deliberate on the results, and we'll come back to you.
We can also celebrate all the participating teams for the pitches. That was really wonderful. I know they took a lot of time to prepare. It must have been a tense moment. 3 minutes to share your dream and your goals as an organization is not an easy thing, but we congratulate you in advance, all right? So as the judges are getting to discuss their findings and come back to us with the results, the band will give us a number, and then I will also be involved in the voting process. So this is what will happen. The judges will give us their results, the best 3, and then the 4th will come from the audience. So I hope that we captured all the presentations. Will be giving us directions on how to go about that. But you can refresh yourself and begin to think about how to go about that. I think Kiongozi Sakwa has something for me. Okay, I'm told that the link is ready, so we can vote now. So the link will be coming up on our screens in a bit. There you go. So you type that on your browser, and then it should take you to a place where you can now vote for the specific team. Which team, in your opinion, in your assessment, had a compelling vision that you think is worth partnering with, is worth supporting? We had 10 teams. Which team for you do you think their dream is worth supporting? Which is the team that had a compelling vision that you feel like if this is supported, then the voices of the voiceless will be amplified? Remember that the goal of the Now Us project is to help the organizations be able to champion the rights of the marginalized, voice for the voiceless. So to you who is attending today's event, which of the 10 teams do you think is worth your vote? You can go ahead and vote as the band gives us a number, and then we'll be back to you with the judges with their findings from their end. Sorry, I'm told that the poll closes in 2 minutes, so don't postpone your voting. Vote now vote right now. Thank you.
To thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Oh, to thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Yeah, to thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Oh, to thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Zimaranga ze kurera rufu mumawaka. Zimaranga ze kuchengeta rufu mumawaka. Baza baba tababa bore pasinga rarambo. Baza batundu baba bore pasinga rarambo. To thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Oh, to thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
To thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Oh, to thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Zimaranga ze kunena nawo gerena ye. Zimaranga ze kunena visa visa kumaku. Achizima unawo utachiwana. Eme uchizima unawo utachiwana. What shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Oh, to thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
To thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
Oh, to thee, what shall we do? Sing to Zion.
What shall we do?
tomeromi mabereba chiwana maso sewe kuva kuna buna utomabo mabereba tonde maso what shall we do? Sing to song. What shall we do? Oh, today. What shall we do? Sing to song. What shall we do?
Awesome. A round of applause to the amazing band. Great. So the poll is closing in 30 seconds, I'm told. So in case you're yet to vote, you have now 28 seconds to do that. And as we wind that up, we are going to now proceed to the official launching of the Husika reports. Okay, we're ready for that. This is where you put on your celebration shoes as we head over to that. So I'll kindly request our guests for the day to stand as we clap for them. And come this way. This is where the party will be taking place. I don't know about you, but I love parties, especially where there are balloons and confetti. Mr. Charles gave us a very wonderful overview of what the report is about, of the data, the recommendations, the challenges. And so today, as we launch this report officially, I believe that we have learned, that we are ably educated on what digital activism is and how it looks like right now among our young people. And so this is one of those pushes that Mr. Charles was talking about that history needs, okay? So this is a history moment, so you're allowed to take out your phones and begin to capture this very historic moment. It's been 12 months of hard work for the fellows and also the facilitators and the 3 organizations that are involved, that is ELF, Emerging Leaders Foundation, Voice, and also the Open Spaces for East Africa, all right? Okay, we're waiting for our media people to be set and our technical team. This is towards the dynamic use of our social media platforms. We are almost there. Are we there yet? Awesome. Mr. Kipkali is here. Great. Over to you, sir. Is it working? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Agnes, for this opportunity. This time we at a very auspicious occasion where we are witnessing, we'll be witnessing in a few the launch of the Husika Digital Activism Report. And as presented to us this morning, part of those findings have recommendations which we will also be taking it to the next level. So this time I want to actually have some of those copies with, yes, so you can just distribute, yeah. All right, so we're going to have a countdown, and the countdown will just, I'll just do the countdown, and then after that, we're going to officially launch the report. So in a countdown of 5, yeah, please just come over here. We'll be launching. Yeah, we'll be unveiling here.
We'll be opening up.
Yes.
Chunga is.
Yeah, it's going to rain. It's going to rain.
Am I second? Yes.
Yeah, so in a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh God! Officially, we are launching now the Husika Digital Activism Report, and this is the official launch of the report. Thank you very much for this time, and thank you to our chief guest for actually taking this time to be here with us and launching this report. So we can just have a photo session between the chief guest, Mr. George and Karen, with their report.
All right. Okay. Copies are coming to your tables so that you can also be part of the party. Don't feel left out. This is the very final report of the action research on digital activism among the youths in Kenya, the very first of its kind. So this is a historic moment. If you have your copy, you can take a selfie with it. Remember, the hashtag for the day is Nimehusika. Hashtag Nimehusika, hashtag inclusivity for all. It's a great day for us here at Emerging Leaders Foundation. After 12 months of working with young people, training them on digital activism, today is a really great day. Thank you so much, our guests, helping us celebrate that very special moment. The rest of us, copies are coming to us. You're very privileged to be holding a copy of the very first of its kind, a final report on action research on digital activism among the youths in Kenya. If you have your copy, you can take a group photo in your tables. You can take a group selfie in your tables, lifting the books. Our media people are also coming to capture those very special moments. This is history in the making. Na tunasema tunahusika. Mimi kama Agnes nimehusika. Je, wewe? We're saying that we want to utilize all the social media platforms to amplify our voices as youths and champion the things that matter to us, the things that are important to you. Okay? Some tables are not taking part in the group selfies. Yeah. Remember, the hashtag for the day is hashtag Nimehusika, hashtag inclusivity for all. Remember to tag us at ELF Africa 1. You're part of history today. And the band is working overtime. Way. Yes, I see some tables there also working overtime. Thank you. Everybody have a copy? Awesome.
This time for Africa.
Okay. Amazing. Okay. Great. Now, can we give a powerful round of applause to that amazing project that has officially been launched today, the Husika Digital Activism Report 2021. Have we clapped? I love clapping. Yeah, I love clapping. I love it when we clap. I love it when we celebrate. That's amazing. So right now we're going to transition very fast into awarding of certificates to the participants who have been taking part in the Husika project. So I'll allow Kiongozi Kip to take us through that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Agnes, once again. This will be very quick. And for the Husika certificates to all the participants who have been active, they will receive them via email. But right now, I just want to give certificates to 3 key individuals who have been very instrumental and outstanding within the Husika Phase 2, 2021. At this time, I just want to take this opportunity to kindly invite the chief guest to just come in front so that he can award these special awards to these 3 individuals. Karibu sana. The first award will go all the way to Kakamega County. And if you are in Kakamega, I'm sure you're wondering, where is this award going to? So the first award is awarded to actually the most outstanding Husika County President of the year 2021, and that is none other than Daniel Mungu Adika. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Adika. The second award is going over to Nakuru County. It's going to actually recognize excellent leadership skills displayed by the most outstanding male Husika Fellow of the year 2021, and that is none other than Maurice Munga Gathu. Maurice.
Maurice, did you know about it? You've just been walking cousin.
Congratulations, Munga. Lastly, we'll be awarding the most outstanding Husika Fellow female who has displayed excellent leadership skills, and this award will come home in Nairobi. And this will go to none other than Esther Monyani Aoko. Thank you very much, Chief Guest. And that marks the end of certificate awarding to the Husika Fellows. And for the rest of them, they'll receive their certificates via email. At this time, I just want to transition into the Now Us Awards. And I just want to invite some of our guests to just come ahead to award some of them. And at this time, I want to invite Mr. George Kegoro to just come in front to give some of these certificates. So the first award is presented to, it's a certificate of participation to the fellows for participating in the Voice Now Us Bootcamp 2021. The first certificate goes to Boniface Mwali.
We agreed that we'll be clapping for them, all right? Yes.
The next award will go to Stephen Okoit. Next we'll have Makathi Kunjal Karato. Next we'll have George Mkaya Alois. Next we'll have Fatma Mohammed. Then we request Ms. Karen Wakoli to come and award the next batch of certificates. Thank you very much, George. You may have your seat. The next award will go to Mariam Omar Mangololi. Followed by Sharon Naserian. Next we'll have Walter Lenolgeje. Next we can have Dennis Okore. Then I'll want to ask Sheila Muli from Voice to come and award the next batch of certificates. Yeah, thank you, Karen. Thank you. The next award will go to Evelyn Chasia. Then we'll have Alex Kirui. After Alex, we'll have Lilian Barasa. Then we have Monica Yator. After Monica, we'll have Fidel Muruka. Then we'll have Gregory Nyangweso. And then I'll want to call upon Jahazi David to come and award the next batch of certificates. Thank you. Is Jahazi in? Okay. Okay. Next we can have Johnston. Yeah. Karibu sana. The next award goes to Franklin Ochim. Then we have Kashi Jermaine. Then we have Laureen Sakini. Then we have Rita Anindo. And lastly, we have Christine Kandia. All right, those are the certificates that we are awarding to the NAWAS participants. And I also want to take this opportunity to also recognize the presence of Ms. Viridiana Husika from the National Youth Council. Karibu sana. That is all from me. I hand it over back to Agnes.
Thank you so much. We can give a round of applause to Mr. Edward. And congratulations to all the now as are you graduates? Are you participants? That's amazing. So right now I'd like to invite the band back. The judges will be here in a bit to bring to us the final results of the competition, the pitches. I hope the participants are praying and hoping. And all of us who voted will also be getting those feedback in a bit. But for now, let's go back to a little music interlude. Karibuni sana.
Sunny, maman, mais trop de sunny, pourquoi elle a une mari qui l'aime, il a une femme qui l'aime, mais trop de sunny, maman, mais trop de sunny, pourquoi on m'a dit que je t'aime l'année partie là-bas, d'autres comptes, d'autres femmes, surtout Kinshasa, comme ma baby. Come baby. On te dit, faut-moi parler qui est déjà là. Que tu parles, you come, make a dance to start. Come baby. Mama dit, ma vie d'arrêter. Ding, 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 mon casamale, nani sonayo. Mon casamale, nani nonayo. Mon casamale, tout d'abonnayo. Elle a un mari qui l'aime, il a une femme qui l'aime, mais trop de sunny, maman, mais trop de sunny, pourquoi? Elle a une femme qui l'aime, il a une femme qui l'aime, mais trop de sunny, maman, mais trop de sunny, pourquoi? Come on. Bamba, la bamba, la bamba, la bamba, la bamba, te necesito una boca de gracia, una boca de gracia para darlo y arriba, oh y arriba. Podicere, come on. La bamba, not all you know the song. Do you know the song? Yeah. Do you want to get up and dance a bit? Then just shake your, stretch. Get up. Come on, tunaweza fanya wimbo. Come on. Get up on your feet. Shake. You've been sitting for too long now. Come on, I will show your moves, Come on. Woo, yeah. Yeah, baby girl. Woo. We're in a celebratory mood, yeah? That's it. Why are we not getting up? Umezeka, you young people. Necesito una poca de gracia para dar tío y arriba, oh, y arriba, por ti seré, baila la bamba. Come on everybody, baila la bamba, baila la bamba, turn la bamba. Let's go. Baila la bamba. Yeah. Baila la bamba. 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 Yeah. Baila. One more time. Baila la bamba. Baila la bamba. Baila la bamba. Baila la bamba. No, again. Baila la bamba. You're ninja. You guys are amazing. Clap for yourselves. Thank you. Now we're bringing it to Kenya, to our very own homegrown Sauti Sol. This one, if you also feel like dancing for this one, Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Hey, it's Susanna. I hope you're happy now. I said you sing your chin color and your hair is long enough. Now kuona pai hako kano ya chinjali say ukitesa na kamini yeah. None of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum bum, shaking what your doctor gave you on your worst behavior. Susanna Vanessa. Woo! I know. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Vanessa. Hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. John. You're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor, Susanna. I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Now kuona pai hapo kando ya chanjalize ukitesa na kamini none of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum bum, shaking what your doctor gave you, on your best behavior, thunder by nation J. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna by nation J. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. John. Hapo kando ya Rio Dere, ukiongezwa zenje, none of my business. And I see you in China, walking with this designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya, on your worst behavior, Susanna Banje. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Banje. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Susanna Mane Senje. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Mane Senje. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Thank you very, very much.
be back.
Yes, we can celebrate the band. They are having a good time. Guys, celebrate the band. Aren't they lovely? Aren't they lovely? Yes, thank you so much for doing such a great job. And our judges are here. Like us just to clap continuously until they make their way to the front. It feels like we have been waiting for IBC Chebukati and the team to bring the 2022 election results. I can see watu wameanza kuingiza baridi. But sisi wote ni washindi, si ndio? Hata tutasikia vibaya, right? The fact that we are all here, it's in itself a big deal. So congratulations to all the teams, as now we receive the results from our very able judges. So I'd just like to hand it over to them.
All right. Are all the pitchers present in the room? They are all present. My name is Kevin. We'd like to make this particular session short. We've deliberated on the presentations, right? And we want to go into the awards session. But maybe before we get into that, where is the great team of Dennis and his colleague from that's Ideal Research? Are you present? So Dennis, remind me your name, please. Franklin, a right of reply and clarification from you. Probably Adema, you could just prompt it up.
Yes, so could you be able to get it to the next available microphone, Dennis and Franklin?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. We have one or two clarifications to seek with you.
Yes.
Who is Grow and Know organization?
Grow and Know organization is the funder of the initiative that brought together the consortium of partners that we worked with on the project of production of the handbook.
So the first production was supported by Grow and Know organization?
Yes, and part of our team led by our programs officer, Berry Larogo, who is in charge of this program, but is not part of this initiative.
Yeah.
Is driving the program, the pilot phase of the
So
program.
how come Ideal didn't go into this publication?
No, we were not. We were actually at the implementation phase of it, but we informed the production. One of us, Berry Larogo, who is our programs officer, was part of that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is Mani Soma, Ali Kani, and Titus Muley?
She's part of the growth team.
So how do Ideal come into this as if the authors are different people?
So how Ideal we've been working mostly have been through partnerships and being the implementer on the ground together with Micontrap, which is also a CBO based in Migori County, working in Korea West and Korea East.
Okay.
Yeah, so we implemented the program out of the 48 primary schools. We've piloted in 17 schools. So we hope to scale that up to the remaining 31 schools. And then in the two sub-counties, Korea West and Korea East were divided into two again.
Okay.
So we'll be able to scale up that.
So just the last bit of it.
Yeah.
So just a follow-up.
Yeah.
So who is Beryl Arogo?
Beryl Arogo is our program officer at Ideal.
At Ideal.
Yes.
And who is Titus Muley?
Titus Muley works with the growth team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that sufficient enough? Okay, thank you, Dennis. We wanted to really get some bit of clarification so that we can finalize on who takes what. So I believe that's really sufficient, Mr. Sakwa. I trust that's sufficient. I'll leave it up to them to define onto that. And as they do that, allow me to probably just give a bit of feedback in terms of what emerged out of the pitches. Let me even probably start with Rita and Nindo and Lorraine. Reproductive health, right? Thank you. Great initiative. The judges were really also so much interested in how you're handling issues of reproductive health and linking it up with tech. So that was a bit of an interesting catch that picked the eyes of the team that was deliberating onto these. Then there's also really, what can I say? Really thumbs up to Kashif and Marianne from Kwale. Already, what you're doing is already sufficient. And maybe let me give a disclaimer. We are not 150% great on reviewing your content. All we're really trying to do is to ensure that our feedbacks and deliberations also accelerates your voice in doing much more than you actually doing right now. So that was really a perfect and a great pitch and effort put in by Kashif and Marian from Kwale. Then there's the Northern Nomadic Disabled Persons Organization, NANDO, the beauty and power in education, in supporting up issues, pastoralism and disability within your jurisdiction. That was perfect. Something else that emerged was also from Mfalme with what they're already doing with Makarao, and it's a piloted animated series. And we had a question. Maybe I'll just raise these up for the sake of us understanding where you are. I saw Boniface from Mfalme. You talked about the content already generating about 20 million impressions online, right? Sure? So, mbona ina do bado? Mbona ina do bado ka mna 20 million impressions already virtual challenge kwapi?
So that is part of what we are working towards as our sustainability strategy. The initial phase is to create content, ensure the content is good enough and people like it, and look for ways to deliver it to audiences now through what will subscribe or watch. Of course, that's a whole other process. Anyone who has worked in media knows how complicated that can get.
So bonuna sima bado hakuna dosi ndio?
Bado hakuna, to be honest.
So, that was on a lighter note, but again, that was a great effort and a testimonial again on your pitch. So that was perfect enough. And why did I not see so much power and conviction in your pitches? Did you see what Nayai Foundation did? Where's the gentleman? He's really spoke with some great conviction on stage. Where is he? That guy. If I can forget your presentation, I can't forget you as a person. I believe now we are all set and ready with all these. And probably, let me allow my younger sister take this chance of calling up this as an MC. Let me not steal her show. In this particular order, Agnes, just come. Yeah, sure. Take the first prize. Can we do our drum rolls by claps? So who do you think was the most popular one as voted by you? Can we hear? Yeah, the public vote last. So are we sure who the public vote is? Can we hear some shouts? Okay, Mfalme, the other person? Oh, okay, Mfalme and all. So Agnes, chance for you to take us through the first prize. I will do the popular vote and we'll see who has it. All right? So here it is.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to invite Mr. George to come. He'll be giving this award. So you can clap for him as he comes very fast. So Mr. George will be unveiling to us the third prize winners, okay? So if you think that is you, can begin to stand as he opens the envelope. Kujiamini, sindio? See, yeah, let's see if you believe that's you. Ama, you're waiting for number one. Utangoja.
The third prize winner who gets 10,000 euro, Mfalme Productions.
All right, thank you. Are they being given this or no? Okay, sawa sawa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can clap for Mfalme Production for that. Walikuja na makarao wakatushika. Okay, you've missed that joke. I'd like to invite Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnston, Kuya, kindly come forward. You can clap for him as he comes. He'll be unveiling to us the second prize winners. If you think that's you, you can be putting on your shoes. As he unveils, you can use the mic on the stand.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes, here comes. And the second prize winner of 15,000 euro is Ideal Research.
Thank you. You can clap for them as they come forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite to us our chief guest for the day to come and unveil to us the first prize winners. Hey! Okay, you can use the mic there.
How much are we talking about?
A lot of money.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a Saturday, and it's been a great day, and I'm about to announce the first prize winner. And this goes to, drum rolls, please. Woohoo! Drum rolls again.
Hey!
This is not small money, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
25,000, not kwacha, not Tanzanian shillings, euro.
Woo.
Goes to Nondo.
Hey. You can come forward as we continue celebrating them.
Please appreciate Nondo once more.
Hey.
It's getting emotional. Getting emotional. Well deserved, Nondo. Where do I give it? Or I can sit down? I can sit down. Okay.
Thank you, Raymond. And we are remaining with the public vote. This was not done by us, it was done by you. And in this particular juncture, allow me to call Sheila from Voice to come and probably do this. Let's encourage her. So some drum rolls as she opens up an envelope.
Okay. Afternoon. In the spirit of inclusivity, you have all selected the fourth winner to receive 10,000 euros to be Nayai.
That's it from us, and maybe for Wendy, Lina, and Adema, if there is any comment you'll want to give to the other participants who pitched in line with the presentations, you could go ahead. If there's none, I will return the show back to Agnes. All right, let's give it to Michelle. Michelle, please come and give in some comments in line with how the presentations were, just for the sake of them. Thank you.
Oh, I should take this. Thank you, Kevin. Mine is not much. As the judges have said, you really have impressed us with the ideas that you have and the work that you have put in so far. We have been so impressed, and it really was a difficult time for us to find just 3 out of the 9 organizations that presented today. So for those who are not standing up here, please do not feel bad, but the work that you have done really is great. And we are all here in partnership to really empower the youth and use the youth voices to make a change in this country. So thank you so much for your contribution. And please keep the spirit up, keep the work up, and congratulations again. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. A round of applause to the judges. They have done a great job. I keep celebrating them as they make their exits. Keep celebrating the judges as they make their exit. Thank you so much, wonderful judges, for that great job. And now let's appreciate the team, the winners for today. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. I'd like to call Kiongozi Sakwa to come and lead us through the awarding of the checks.
Thank you, Agnes. Before we award these checks, we have a representative from the Dutch Embassy, Johnston Kuya, and I would like you to just come and say a few words, and then from there we can begin to give these good organizations their checks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I'm here for a very quite simple exercise. Yeah, so everything has been done and has been amazing. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So my name is Johnson Kuya. I work at the Dutch Embassy in Nairobi, because the official name is the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Kenya. And I'm pleased to be here. I'm here to represent also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is a great partner of the Voice program. And as the Netherlands, of course, to keep up pace with this youthful world, we are always increasing our investment when it comes to working with the young people. Because we believe engagement with the youth is quite vital to the society, especially when it comes to building inclusivity, but also sustainable development. I won't say much because there was a very great speech or keynote speech from the chief guest. Of course, George has also given very inspiring remarks. I won't give much, but just to appreciate them. I think if I speak, I'll be spoiling the broth, as they say in my village. Yes, of course, Kenya is a very youthful population. We've heard that 75% is young people. And for us, I think my main message today is we need to continue this momentum to involve young people, especially at also decision-making tables, because that's where everything begins. It's important to also partner with young people, especially at this critical moment of COVID pandemic. And we've seen that for us to be able to build a better and more resilient world for all generations, we need young people at the center. So I'm very much pleased on behalf of the embassy to be here, to be able to present these awards and these checks, of course, to these amazing winners of this event. I think the judges have done an amazing job. Let's appreciate them. Yeah, the topics have been very diverse, of course, and I think some of them are very, they did amazing, bold pitches. Yeah, and I couldn't agree with them with regard to the choice of the winners today, but also the public who participated in coming to this decision. Yeah. So thank you very much, and we look forward to continue partnering with you for now and also in the future. Thank you very much. So Sakwa, over to you, I think. Yes. So we have Nayai to come and collect their check. It's amazing, right?
Mfalme Productions.
Palme Production.
Mfalme Productions.
The check is too heavy, as you can see. Thank you very much.
Okay. This is Ideal.
Ideal Research.
Clap for them as they come. Awesome. And then finally.
Yes, and the first prize, of course, goes to who? Yes!
Congratulations to you. You can move a little bit ahead, forward. Awesome. Let's clap for them. Our winners for today.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Okay.
Yes,
and,
please.
she needs to say something. Please feel free. Here, it's Mike.
I just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody. Thank you so much to the Now Us team. This wouldn't have, probably, you guys gave us ideas on how to pitch well. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you, everybody, really. Thank you so much. I was really emotional because I thought like people were believing in us. People were believing in our project of education for children with disabilities. Of course, 2 minutes was not enough to share everything. If only I had a platform, there was just a lot to be shared. But regardless, I know this prize will be going to a very what it is meant for, education for children with disabilities from pastoralist communities.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you and the team. Keep up with a good job. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kila kilicho na mwanzo hakikosi mwisho. And now we have come to the official closure of our twin event today. We have been having the Husika report launch as well as the Now Us award ceremony, and it's been a lovely day. Has it been a great day? So I want to bring to us Mr. Marvin, who will be giving us our vote of thanks in a few minutes, and then we will be done. So put your hands together as we welcome Marvin. Karibu sana kiongozi.
Thank you. I am the man who is standing between you and your lunch. I don't want to be that bad guy, so I'll really make it quick. To our chief guest and cousin to Barry, Raymond, Secretary, State Department of Youth, thank you so very much for your precious time to really grace our event. Thank you that you inspired us that we have what it has to make our nations great. And we are the ones, and this is our time. Thank you so much. To our partners, Open Society Initiative of Eastern Africa, ably represented by George Kegoro, Elder, thank you so much for powerfully speaking to our power of choice. And of course, we have the Voice team, represented by Christine Kandie as the board. Sheila and Wendy, we see you. Thank you so very much. We are honored to having partnered with Emerging Leaders Foundation to champion social accountability, advocacy issues, inclusion, and amplification of voices. Our jury, mentors, facilitators, we have partners, Johnston. Thank you so very much. Please accept our gratitude for making ELF what it is. To the right holders, Husika Fellows, and everybody else, asanteni sana kwa kuja. The Roach Band. Guys, what a way to start the long weekend. That was a stellar performance. It was terrific. Let's do this again. All right? And to Agnes, our captain, we've enjoyed the ride. Thank you so very much. And Dream Team, thank you. We see the work you put behind the scenes. We see you working diligently and very hard. I can say the grace? Yes. Shall we? Dear Lord, we thank you so very much for a wonderful time we've had. And as we proceed for lunch, we ask that you bless it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Blessings.
Amen. Thank you so much, everybody. We are officially done. Enjoy your lunch and pass our regards to your people in the different counties. Mr. Sakwa. I am informed that lunch is served at the main restaurant. This is an announcement you don't want to miss. You don't want to miss this announcement. Lunch is served at the main restaurant, which is somewhere behind here. So enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much from the ELF team. We love you. We appreciate you. Pass our regards to your organizations and your counties. Until next time, it's been a good day. God bless you. Thank you.